Cool. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee while this is warming up here. Be right back. I played around with DeepSeek and the model that does 3D modeling. It's insane how good it is. I threw in just like some random stuff that I generated, and it was just like it was amazing. The latest Doom posting. What's the Doom posting? Is this related to the DeepSeek drama? Does the drama continue? What? So wait. Somebody rewrote Llama with DeepSeek and claims it's twice as fast. That's awesome. I mean, I'll take it at face value. That's pretty cool. Uh, I think we're going to see a lot of stuff like that. I think there's going to be a lot of room for improvement where you can take an LLM that has all the latest techniques, right? Plus the latest language version, do a rewrite of an older program and probably be much, much faster. If it's safe to do shit like that. Well, I mean, the guy was probably, or the person was probably just trying to make a point uh, that AI is going to be rewriting old code and we have to make peace with that. I don't understand the irrational fear. I mean, like, I get it. People are like, oh, it doesn't write perfect code, but it's getting better. Literally every hour, it's getting better. We have to prepare for a reality where this stuff can code better than any human, the way that every chess player had to make peace with the fact that the computer can beat all of them. Like that they are now playing a game where they will never be as good as the computer. Like, but that doesn't prevent people from learning how to play chess. It made it more popular than ever, and the computer helps people learn to play, and like we've actually observed that the average score of chess players has gone up over time since the invention of the sockfish algorithm particularly. And I think we'll see the same thing. I think we'll all be better programmers, not worse programmers, because we're actually learning how to code instead of this rote memorization horseshit. Get myself a coffee machine. No, I'm saying learn to code. Anyhow, so my agenda for today is since we're kind of back to the drawing board, I thought we would watch an infamous lecture by Marcus Lopez de Prado entitled "The 7 Reasons Most Machine Learning Funds Fail." You may have heard a little glimpse of that. It's pretty good. It's short and sweet. It's only 73 minutes long, um, but it's good stuff. I can already tell you which one we did wrong. And he even points out the mistake that we're making now, which it occurred to me this morning when I was thinking about the video. I was like, oh yeah, then they always do this. That's what he said, and that's what we're doing now. So yeah, I figure we'll watch that instead of spinning our wheels on correlation scores for stuff that there's clearly a huge body of research on already. And then maybe we'll review some of that research. I've been sort of poking at it for the last few hours, and it seems like we're largely reinventing a lot of wheels that have already had pretty extensive studies on them. We can replicate those studies faster than reinventing the wheel. So yeah, that's kind of the agenda for today, is embrace the fact that we're back to the drawing board and the intellectual and creative freedom that comes with that. Let's not go trying to build another God machine. And mostly I'm excited about this lecture on causal factor investing, which seems to be Marcus Lopez de Prado's hot new thing. I'd love to understand a little bit more about it. So yeah, that's sort of the agenda for today. I was going to call off the stream and go get a haircut, but actually might rain in Vegas today, so I think I'm just going to chill out at home. No, we're not refactoring everything. We finished with the thing that we were building, but it's not super the super thing that we thought it was going to be. It's a moderately useful tool that would actually be a lot more useful if we took the core functionality out and put it into like a Python library, which I'm strongly considering, since we've largely boiled it all down to a handful of SQL queries. Like, most of the hard work is a couple of SQL queries. There's one bit of Java that could be replicated in any language. Yeah, these are headphones. I just happen to be using them because they're the only wireless headphones I have at the moment. I'm going to switch to the old buds here. Yeah, these are ones that are for like fitness. I use them for cycling. Because when you have the earbuds in, like, and you're trying to do actual exercise, like, one, it's awkward and weird. Two, you start sweating out of the ears, which is not great for your earbuds. So somebody invented these things. They just press against the side of your head. I should have a freaking Amazon referral code. Well, yeah, it's the whole point, is that when you're outside, you can hear if somebody's honking their horn at you. And yeah, they conduct on the little side of your temple here. It it sounds a little weird. You get used to it pretty quickly, and you get tired of it like after about an hour or two. You're just like, but they're useful. They're handy. Anyhow, I'm waiting for my cup of coffee here, and we'll get started. Yeah, back to working for a faceless, godless corporation. I'm going to try and leverage what we've learned to find something interesting and somewhere in the industry that I can maybe learn more about, like what a functioning quant outfit looks like from the inside. I've been in risk departments. I've never been in like a quant outfit, so maybe I can get like a job fucking fetching people coffee or something. Anyhow, so going to watch a video on why most machine learning funds fail. It's a presentation by a thought leader in the field, the guy who wrote half the books on the books list. So I figure we'll watch him explain to us why we suck. And then we'll watch his latest lecture on this new thing that he's been publishing on called causal factor investing. And if we're not absolutely bored to tears, I've got a wonderful little lecture on the peculiarities of volatility by Ernest Chan, who is another thought leader in the field. I figure it would probably tie into what we've been working on. So, since we're just doing a lecture here, let me go ahead and get cozy. All right. Oh, and I fixed the audio issues we were having. Apparently my virtual audio cables got reset, so I had to do a little finagling, but we got it. All right, so do I have a mm-hmm. There we go. Riveting. I know, riveting entertainment. There's an algo trading group in Auckland. Well, yeah, so the thing is, I am probably not going to be warmly welcomed into any quant group because, I mean, compared to those cats, I'm like a lolcow, right? Like, they probably watch me just to fucking laugh. And be like, oh gosh, I remember when I used to think like that, you know, or I remember when I, you know, so-and-so made that mistake. I got to, you know, in a big way, I got to go back to first principles here. And I gotta kind of climb up the ladder of knowledge once again. But as someone who's been very passionate about the sciences, you know, my entire life, since I was a wee lad, you know, you just kind of have to embrace the humility of science. Where, as Mark Twain once said, it's not what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you think you know that just ain't so. It's a good quote. So, anyhow, Marcus Lopez de Prado is a thought leader in the field. He's a professor at Cornell. He is also an advisor to the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is the largest pile of money on the planet Earth that I know of. It's basically all that oil prince money, all in one fucking pile. Uh, um, Anyhow, so he's a very smart guy. He wrote half the books on our books list, and he's widely considered to be a thought leader in the field of algorithmic and quantitative and systematic trading. His specialty is market making, so he sort of specializes in defense, and we are certainly looking to be offense. But nonetheless, I think what he has to say is very insightful, and I've seen this talk many times. I can assure you that it's quite spot on. So, without further ado, and if you're not into it, fuck off.
Hi. We're going to get started again, if I could have your attention. Well, I hope everybody's had a great day. I've had a chance to talk to a lot of you in hallways between sessions and everything like that, which is my favorite part. So it sounds like it's been very, very engaging, a lot of exciting talks. And I'm really excited about our afternoon keynote with Marcos Lopez de Prado, who is really, I think, a sort of singular figure in the field. He's extremely well published, and I think my favorite thing about Marcos is he's just incredibly generous with whatever he learns. So in the field of quantitative finance, historically is just extremely secretive and very, very difficult to make contact with experts. And I think for his entire career, Marcos has really gone against that grain. He's been very, very open with his findings. He's a bit of a burr in the saddle for academic publishers. He's always challenging the state of the art in the field and demanding scientific rigor.
I'm going to take notes throughout.
I think that is exactly what the field needs. So I want to tell you about his background because it's remarkable. Before I do that, I think a bunch of you were able to pick up his new book, which is Advances in Financial Machine Learning. It's really an incredible book. It's
hey, cutie.
Very near and dear to my heart, and I do mean my heart, and the rest of Quantopian. He basically lays out the vision and business plan and scientific method for our asset management business in that book in the early chapters, which is incredibly inspiring and extremely helpful. So I really highly recommend that book. And I want to tell you a few things about Marcos. So he's the Chief Executive Officer at True Positive Technologies. He's had a pretty remarkable year. He published his book, but he also bought and spun out his business, True Positive, out of Guggenheim Partners' quantitative investment strategies business. So he's been running, no big surprise, machine learning strategies there. And this year he was able to spin out after managing up to $13 billion in assets with a track record to go with it. And Marcos is also a research fellow at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, which is in the U.S. Department of Energy. And you'll see if you read his book, he talks a lot about borrowing from the National Lab model in the search for alpha, which I think is extraordinarily timely for the field. He's also a top 10 most read author in finance, according to SSRN.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I'd say he's probably one of the most cited.
He's published dozens of scientific articles on ML, supercomputing.
That's probably why he publishes in the field, because as a scientist, your dick is only as long as you are cited.
In financial economics in 2003, and why only get one? So he got his second PhD in mathematical.
Probably got tired walking around the industry, and people are like, "The fuck have you published? How many citations do you have?"
Universidad.
I had a professor like that once.
Madrid, close.
He was like, "I have more citations than he does."
And he is the recipient of Spain's National Award for Academic Excellence in 1999. And he had his postdoctoral research at Harvard.
Now, the primary criticism of Marcos Lopez de Prado is that he's an academic who overcomplicates things, and he doesn't necessarily get judged based on his returns as much as he does get judged based on the validity of his
My
philosophy.
favorite group of people, and let me tell you why.
Just so you know.
If there is an inefficiency in financial markets, anybody should be able and allowed to arbitrage it away and correct it, right? These are our markets. This is where people transact and exchange information.
Trade the planet. Woo!
The status quo today is that people are not allowed to do that. In order to exploit and correct these inefficiencies, typically you have to join a firm and you have to play by the rules. And if you're not part of the right clubs or you don't have the right background, they may not like you and they may not want you. And
See?
that sounds wrong in the 21st century.
That's why I got to go it alone.
Quantopian, which is a wonderful experiment. A wonderful experiment not only in the quantitative space, but also in the social space, where the goal is to disintermediate these old structures. And that's why I'm very optimistic about Quantopian, not only about what Quantopian can do for investors, but actually what it can do for modernizing financial markets and breaking with the old paradigms. That said, we are all, I believe, very interested in new technologies and how these new technologies can modernize finance. In particular, today's presentation is about machine learning. There is a lot of hype about machine learning. Not all of it is realistic at this point. And the point of this presentation is to highlight a number of areas where machine learning can go wrong. I think it is quite clear that machine learning can be an incredible, irreplaceable tool for identifying inefficiencies in financial markets, but it also, with this power, comes certain responsibilities, and it is when you're a researcher, you have to make sure that this power doesn't end up being adverse to you. All right, so let me go straight to 7 issues that I find frequently dangerous as it relates to machine learning. The first one is a little bit philosophical, is how should we organize our work? What is the best way to organize work when you're conducting research applying machine learning? And the old paradigm that comes back to the 1980s is a hedge fund will hire a bunch of portfolio managers. In the 1980s, many of them were discretionary portfolio managers. And these discretionary portfolio managers will work in silos. Why will they work in silos? Well, it makes sense. A discretionary portfolio manager is someone who doesn't really know where he's making these decisions. If he knew why he's making these decisions, he would have a system, and therefore he would be a systematic portfolio manager. However, since the decisions are not necessarily systematic and they are discretionary, they are based on, in many cases, hunches or gut feeling, how can these portfolio managers reach a conclusion? Well, very often they don't know why they are making that decision. They cannot rationalize why they are making the decision. Therefore, it's very hard for them to work together. That's why it makes sense for hedge funds to have these portfolio managers working in silos so that the diversification potential is exploited that way by having different portfolio managers making decisions and not influencing each other, not trying to convince each other. Now, when you bring this to the quant space, it doesn't really make sense, right? The whole point of science is to build a dialogue where we can reach objective conclusions through discussion and testing. So why would anybody ask scientists to work in silos? It does not really make sense. It is not how laboratories work. It's not how universities work. The whole point of science is to have a discussion, a debate, and to reach common conclusions. So why would hedge funds do that with quants? Well, one answer is because that's what has been successful with discretionary portfolio managers, and they just think, well, let's repeat this protocol, this procedure with quants. It also has to do, of course, with secrecy, with not allowing that some quants take ideas from other quants, and essentially the secrets go away. And secrets are very important to hedge funds, especially when they are automatable, right? When you can take the secret out of a place. So it has to do, to some extent, with secrecy. But I find very often that the argument goes more like, well, you know, everybody should stand on their own feet and come up with their own ideas, and they should not cooperate. Well, why this is disadvantageous? Because essentially, building a quantitative strategy is much more difficult than making discretionary decisions, right? Building a quantitative strategy involves a tremendous amount of effort. And when you put these quants under a lot of pressure to come up with a strategy within 6 months, essentially what I've seen very often happens is that they will come up with strategies that are either the result of backtest overfitting, just running millions of simulations and reporting to the investment board whatever seems to work best, or it will be some strategy based on some research paper. Very often will be some factor model that, you know, it has a lot of support in the academic community, but the reality is it may be an overcrowded strategy with a low Sharpe ratio. Eventually what happens is that results are not where the backtests suggested, and investment boards become disillusioned, and eventually they shut down the operation. So that happens very often, right? And this is what I call the Sisyphean quants, right? This is, if you remember in Greek mythology, Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to perform this daily routine of rolling a boulder up the mountain only to see the boulder roll down at the end of the day, and he was never able to reach the summit. The promise was that if he was able to reach the summit, he would finally be liberated. But for the whole eternity, Sisyphus was condemned to do this futile effort where there was no hope of succeeding. And I'm not saying that there is no hope of succeeding when you are on your own and you have no support and you have no access to clean data sets or computing power. It's becoming increasingly difficult to succeed in such environment. It would be equivalent to having a factory worker at the BMW factory, and you ask that worker to one day be a welder, on another day to be a mechanical engineer, another day to be an electrical engineer, and eventually build the car with all these shops around him. Well, that's not how car production works, right? Typically what happens is someone is at the station and specializes and is the best that he or she can be at that job. The same happens to work, or seems to work quite well in finance. You can have people who are specialists in supercomputing, and they will know a lot about parallel processing and how to vectorize algorithms. And there is so much to learn on that respect, right? There will be people who specialize in production software, people who specialize in data cleaning and curation, people who specialize in doing research, coming up with what are the important features that explain a phenomenon. There will be people who specialize in backtesting and think about backtesting, all that involves, right? Transaction costs, the possibility to trade or not, what is the probability that you would get a fill, at what price. So all these people can specialize and work together as a team, right? And that seems to be more efficient than asking everybody to be the best they can at everything. So that's what I've seen that seems to work in the new kind of quant firms, where people are truly the best they can at performing very well divided tasks. And let me tell you one anecdote about the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project involved tens of thousands of scientists. And even though it was a very complicated project that involved cutting-edge science at the time, they were able to divide the tasks involved in that project to such level of granularity that even high school students were able to contribute to the project. And that was Richard Feynman's job at the Manhattan Project, was to coordinate the work of high school students. And what was their work? To calculate the yield of the bomb. Essentially, they were performing the operations, right? They didn't have supercomputers, so they had a bunch of kids solving operations that in an aggregate fashion would determine what is the yield of the bomb. So that is the kind of granularity and subtask partitioning that was achieved at that project. Meaning that there is no task that is so complicated that cannot be divided into tasks that are much, much simpler. And that seems to me something that, especially when you have access to a large community of people collaborating, would be very appealing. Pitfall number 2 is integer differentiation. So you take any paper in financial economics written over the past 80 years, and the first thing they do is always they compute returns. They are trying to price securities. Let's say that they are trying to price the value of stocks. The first thing that they will do is they will compute the cross-section of returns. If this is a fixed income research paper, the first thing they will do is they will operate with yield to maturities, option adjusted spread, you name it, some sort of changes in the spreads, right? What is the spread? What is the yield to maturity? Is essentially a duration adjusted price for a bond, and they will work with a stationary series where they make the series stationary by computing differences of the yield. The same with a paper dealing with option pricing. Well, they will compute differences on the implied volatilities. It's always about computing integer differences. And when you think about it, it doesn't really make sense. I know everybody does it, and every paper starts like that, but when you think about it, it doesn't really make sense. The level information, the prices, implied volatilities, yield, they contain memory. And when you're trying to make a prediction, memory sounds like one thing that you want to preserve, right? You want to know how you reach that level in order to understand what the price is going to do in the future. But the first thing that people do when they compute the difference is to eradicate that memory. The memory is gone. You compute a return, and what you're doing is you're computing you're dividing the price of today by the price of yesterday. So whatever happened before yesterday is eradicated. It's entirely removed. Now, of course, this is done because you need to work with a stationary series. If the series is not stationary, then the algorithm will not be able to learn from comparable examples, right? You will not be able to derive a distribution that is stable. And if the distribution is not stable, the algorithm will not be able to identify patterns that are comparable to whatever observed features you have today. So there is, of course, a reason for doing integer differentiation. The problem is that when people compute a difference, and the difference is an integer difference, you achieve a stationarity at the cost of wiping all memory out. So the question I asked myself a few years ago is there an optimal level of differentiation that allows you to preserve the maximum amount of memory? Rather than differentiating with an integer, so for instance, the return between yesterday and today, is there any fractional differentiation, any level of differentiation between 0 and 1, right? When you differentiate by order 0, you are working with levels. The series is not stationary, so that's bad. When you work, so the series will be we have full memory, but it won't be stationary. When you work with differentiation 1, the series will be stationary, but we have no memory, so bad too. There must be somewhere in between, right? There must be somewhere in between a degree of differentiation that is optimal in the sense that achieves stationarity at the minimum cost in terms of memory preservation. And that's what you see in this plot here. You can see a blue line that is somehow a mix of returns. It's somehow a mix of white noise and levels, right? So you can see how the green line is the price of the S&P between 1998 and 2015, sorry. And the blue line is the series where we have a fractional differentiation, where the order of differentiation is 0.4. So the blue line is both stationary and still it incorporates a lot of memory. You can observe that when, after 2008, when the S&P plummets and loses something like 40-something%, the blue line remains. There is a lot of noise, but still the values are depressed for a long period of time until eventually that memory from the immediate history it wanes. So let me present you the same idea with a different plot. In this plot, we have two lines, the orange line and the blue line. The blue line is the statistic from an augmented Dickey and Fuller test, an ADF test. And as you can see, that the value goes from around 0 to something like minus 50. So the value is around 0 when you have no differentiation, so the series is non-stationary. And then by the time you differentiate, you compute the return, you jump from 0 to 1, all of a sudden the value is minus 45 or minus 50. Now the series is completely stationary. I mean, it's like you were expecting to achieve a level of minus 2.3, right? When the ADF stat is around minus 2.3, you already have a 95% confidence that the series is stationary, or that you have rejected the null. Now, the orange line represents the correlation between the differentiated series and the original series, right? And when the series is non-differentiated, the correlation is 1, because the correlation between prices and prices, okay? When you differentiate with an integer differentiation of order 1, now that correlation drops to 0.05 or so. So what happens in between, you can see that at the level of around 0.4, you have a series, actually 0.35 in this case, you can achieve an ADF test of around minus 2.86, while at the same time, the differentiated series, fractionally differentiated series, has a correlation of 0.995 with the original series. So essentially, you achieve two things. The fractionally differentiated series is very close to the original series, and yet it's stationary. Is this a unique phenomenon? Not at all. There is not a single feature where you need to compute returns. Meaning that for the past 80 years, people have been publishing papers out there where the series were massively over-differentiated. There is not a single case. You can see here more returns. Out of the 100 most liquid futures worldwide, the maximum level of differentiation that is needed is 0.5. It's never 1. And in fact, the median is around 0.3, 0.2, 0.3. So think about it. The level of differentiation that was needed, that was justifiable in order to achieve a stationarity, was 0.2, 0.3. All the rest, 0.3 to 1, just was for the sake of removing memory, not for the sake of achieving a stationarity. Is it therefore surprising that most academics claim that markets are perfect? No. Markets appear to be perfect by construction. Once you remove all memory, markets become unpredictable. It's not that markets are unpredictable. Markets are predictable. We should be able to predict the markets. But they become unpredictable once you remove all memory. So it appears to me that the efficient market hypothesis actually may be the wrong conclusion from utilizing a wrong technique. All right, pitfall number 3 is inefficient sampling.
Okay, hold on. That blew way the fuck over my head. So all of that scientific rigor that he just went over was to show that if you can remove the memory of the market, it becomes much less predictable. And I guess the implication is that when we think that we're finding edge, we're what? Stumbling on the memory of the market? Everyone uses log returns, which looks like randomness at the global level. Oh. Memoryless time series are harder to predict. Okay. Yeah, I always thought that it was weird that everyone uses log returns. I always felt like that was intellectually dishonest. Okay, so log returns don't look random, even though they may be. Or probably are. Well, he says that they're random. I mean, I tried to take notes here, and all I wrote down was markets clearly have a memory. He's saying all studies in the past remove that memory so that the results appear random.
Once you remove all memory. So it appears to me that the efficient market hypothesis actually may be the wrong conclusion from utilizing a wrong technique.
Okay. So he's talking about price over price minus 1, right? Okay. So absolute returns of the time series. That's what he means by differentiation. Okay. I got you.
Therefore, surprising that most academics claim that markets are perfect? No. Markets appear to be perfect by construction. Once you remove all memory, markets become unpredictable.
Markets appear efficient by construction. Once you remove memory, markets become unpredictable. I mean, if this is like the number 2 reason why most machine learning funds fail, I feel like I need to understand this.
People have been publishing papers out there where the series were massively over-differentiated. There is not a single case. You can see here more returns. Out of the 100 most liquid futures worldwide, the maximum level of differentiation that is needed is 0.5. It's never 1. And in fact, the median is around 0.3, 0.2, 0.3. So think about it. The level of differentiation that was needed, that was justifiable in order to achieve a stationarity, was 0.2, 0.3. All the rest, 0.3 to 1, just was for the sake of removing memory, not for the sake of achieving a stationarity. Is it therefore surprising that most academics claim that markets are perfect? No. Markets appear to be perfect by construction. Once you remove all memory, markets become unpredictable. It's not that markets are unpredictable. Markets are predictable. We should be able to predict the markets. But they become unpredictable once you remove all memory. So it appears to me that the efficient market hypothesis actually may be the wrong conclusion from utilizing a wrong technique. All right, pitfall number 3 is inefficient sampling. In many papers, you see that people, academics especially, they utilize they take samples based on a chronological clock. Essentially, they will take samples every day or every hour or every minute at a constant pace, right? At a time-based constant distance. Now, that doesn't really make a lot of sense because clearly markets do not receive information at a constant rate. Markets receive a lot of transactions and volume at the open, then there is a valley around noon, and then volume spikes tremendously around 3 p.m. until the close 4 p.m. New York time. I'm talking about equity markets, but in oil, it will be the volume will spike around 1 p.m. in fixed income 4. Depends on the market, but essentially this valley feature is very characteristic. Now, when you sample, it makes sense to sample data when there is information to be extracted. I mean, why would you sample when there is no information to be extracted? Actually, that's a bad sample, right? It's a bad sample because it just leads to redundant observations, observations that do not bring information. It's counterproductive, in fact, to sample observations when there is no information to be extracted. So alternative approaches are to compute trade bars, volume bars, dollar bars, volatility on runs, ordering balance, entropy bars. The book describes many of these. Let me give you an explanation of one of them. So for instance, you could compute dollar bars where essentially you're forming a bar whenever you accumulate a dollar amount traded on a particular side. So whenever markets are very balanced in terms of buys and sells, you're going to produce bars whenever a particular dollar amount has been traded. Now, suppose that all of a sudden an informed trader arrives to the market, and this informed trader thinks that the price will go up and therefore becomes a very aggressive buyer. As a result, now the volume will be very imbalanced, and this kind of sampling mechanism will sample more. It will sample more because it will be easier to generate an amount of trading on a particular side of the market, in this case, buyers. And that's exactly what you want to do. Someone has arrived to the market. This person has asymmetric information, is utilizing this asymmetric information to press a particular side of the market. The algorithm detects that and samples more. Why? Because you want to learn what that person knows, right? This person is acting this way because he has asymmetric information, and you want to join that. You want to extract that information that he knows of and he's incorporating into the price. Let me give you an illustration of why these sampling methods seem to work well. There are here 3 plots. There is a blue, a green, and a black line. The black line is the number of bars per day of a particular size, let's say 50 on average per day, that you would extract if you use tick bars. If you, let's say that you compute, you sample 1 bar every time that a certain number of ticks is exchanged. Now, as you can see, this line is quite far from a flat line. It starts at a level of around 25 and then goes all the way up to 100, and then it goes down to around 50 over time. Why? Because this bar is affected by high-frequency trading. As high-frequency trading has become a prevalent technology in financial markets, the order size has decreased. because there are more ticks for every given amount of volume traded, as you can see, beginning in 2007, it goes up, and then around 2012 reaches a peak, and then there was a change in the fixed protocol that reduced the number of fragmentation in the trades. So then this line decreases, but it's really a function of changes in the fixed protocol. So we would like to avoid that, right? We would like to avoid that the sampling frequency is a function of new technologies arriving or changes to protocols. So that's where the green line arrives. That's volume vars, right? And volume vars take a sample every time that this particular volume, not tick, volume, number of contracts exchange, takes place in the market. And as you can see, this series is now much more stable. Now the blue line is even more stable than the green line, and that's all our vars. Essentially, now we're taking into account information about the price that has the dollar amount exchange, not only the volume information, but also the price information.
So what the fidelity of trading is getting smaller and smaller. There's more and more individual trades, but it's the same amount of dollar volume changing hands. That makes sense.
Technological features or price action.
Like the wealth in Wall Street is not actually growing, or like, you know, the amount of money under management is not growing with the same rate as trading technology. So you're getting more and more ticks in the same time buckets, but it's the same amount of dollars changing hands. Maybe more shares changing hands because there's more shares. Like there's been stock splits. You know, how many times has Apple split? How many times, whatever. More stocks to trade in terms of shares now on the market than ever, or probably peaking at those bubbles. Isn't that interesting? Link to the presentation? Yeah. Let me go ahead and pin it, actually. All right, let's carry on.
Information about the price that has the dollar amount exchange, not only the volume information, but also the price information.
Okay, so my big takeaway from this is that your sampling method should be tailored to detect the anomaly of interest, right?
It's stable and is less dependent on technological features or price action. So pitfall number 4, wrong labeling. Very often you see in the financial literature that people label observations from financial markets in a rather automatic way, as if they were dealing with faces from Facebook or dealing with some sort of non-financial data set. So essentially what they will do is they will take, they will make some observations, and then they will sample these observations based on what is the return over a given fixed horizon, so over the next 10 bars or 10 days. Well, that doesn't really make sense, because when you think about it, number one, time bars do not exhibit good statistical properties. So when you compute returns based on time bars, these series typically will have will be heteroscedastic, so they won't have a constant variance. They will exhibit substantial serial correlation. Well, why? Because there will be many observations made during the night where there is very little volatility, and then all of a sudden some observations during the day, which again they will have they will exhibit this sort of serial correlation.
Yeah, I agree, Philippe. My big takeaway from the last couple of years of thinking about it here is, you know, the market is not like a problem to be solved. It can't be better understood by stopping it. You kind of have to think of it as a perpetual thing, constantly evolving, like an ecosystem.
It will be skewed. There will be a skewness.
It never stops.
So sampling with time bars is a bad idea, and we have seen this before. Now, labeling based on a fixed time horizon, it just incorporates, once again, wrong information, right? You should label not based on what happens over the next 10 bars, but whether you achieve the objective of a position under those circumstances. So
we solved this problem
that's
by using tactics, individual tactics.
So this is the alternative to what's being done.
So his triple barrier method would just be one tactic, and we've created, like, in theory, a library of tactics to do our labeling for us in terms of, like, how valuable is this opportunity
in most papers out there. The idea is you are going to label an observation based on the outcome as if you had a position at that point in time. So you form 3 bars.
We took that to the next level.
2 horizontal barriers, one up and one down, and then a vertical barrier. And essentially this incorporates the information that you would follow if you were holding a position, right? The upper barrier is a profit-taking level. The lower barrier is a stop-loss barrier, and the vertical barrier essentially just tells you we held this position for a particular horizon, and now it's time to move on. Now, when you do that, what is the difference? The traditional method of a constant time barrier or time horizon essentially is the equivalent to holding a vertical barrier without the horizontal barrier, barriers. You see that, right? If you are holding a position for the next 10 days and you don't care what happens in between, essentially this is equivalent to having no barriers, no horizontal barriers, and you just label based on the outcome at the end. Now, when you incorporate the 2 horizontal barriers, what you're doing is you are incorporating information about the path, right? Now labeling will be path.
Right. He's trying to make it discrete instead of time-based. That makes perfect sense, right? You'll see a lot of research on Twitter or quant funds. Fundstrat is kind of notorious for this. Well, they'll be like, oh, okay, we looked at this anomaly, and here's like 5 days, 12 days, 20 days returns, 6-month returns, year returns. And yeah, he's saying that's not ideal. It would be more ideal to simulate an actual position with an actual management strategy to see what the opportunity is actually worth, as opposed to just an arbitrary time period, which you don't know what the volatility between A and B was. You don't know if it had a insane drawdown or if it, spiked at 10 times the value. Like, you don't know how you would have actually generated a return with that in the real world. And so, yeah, his triple barrier method is basically simulating a bracket order with maybe a 5 or a 10-minute time limit on it, right? Right. And yeah, you could create like an open, high, low, close bar for each trade, right? As well. Instead of having that discrete which barrier did it hit first, right? So yeah, we've kind of already addressed this in our work by having a library of discrete trading tactics that is exactly like, they have orders, they have stop losses, they have an order execution emulator, they have a backtesting engine, and that's how we're sort of labeling the value of our trading opportunities, right? And that's part of the strategy discovery framework that we developed. And I think that still has value. Like, clearly he's saying that technique has value. So that's good. Something I want to work on is taking the strategy discovery engine, or at least the key features of it, and turning it into a Python library so that we can, say, use that collection of discrete trading tactics to generate returns when we're fucking around in the data. So that we can use our library of context models to generate labels for signals, so that we can do a principal component analysis right there in the notebook and not have to go back and forth with our tool. Like, I think there's still some value in what we've created, definitely. For those who missed yesterday's stream, we kind of hit a brick wall. We hit a dead end. We finished building our strategy discovery tool and the live trading operations, but we realized that it's not going to really fast track the discovery of profitable strategies in the way that we thought. So we're kind of going back to the drawing board. But that creates a lot of really exciting possibilities for us. You know, there is something very liberating about just saying, all right, let's just kind of mothball everything and start over with first principles. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What can be recycled? Where should we go from here? It's very liberating to just be like, all right, that didn't work. What do we do next? Can kind of breathe a little breath. What's up, Locke? Lonk. We're chilling, man. We're chilling. We're watching this lecture on why most machine learning funds fail. Because we kind of failed just a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. We finished building our tool, but it didn't immediately translate into wealth. So we kind of have to reassess our battle plan here. And yeah, we're kind of going point by point through this lecture. Yeah, we go again. We're going through this lecture about, you know, like why most machine learning funds fail by a thought leader in the field. And for at least one of these problems, we actually did come up with a really clever solution, so that's nice. Yeah, for some of the other stuff, we were getting pretty close to figuring it out the hard way. Anyhow, so we're about halfway through this. The latest point was, yeah, you know, you got to be clever in how you're labeling the value of your trading opportunities and whatnot, and I think we've got a pretty clever one for that. What went wrong yesterday? It's not that anything went wrong, it's that we finished building the machine and we just realized that, yeah, it kind of turned out to be an overfitting engine. That it was, of course, going to find profitable strategies, but they weren't going to be like real unless the signals that we were feeding it had predictive value, which is sort of something we were trying to hack around because that's really hard to do. So ultimately, we didn't really simplify the process of finding predictive signals that could possibly be exploited. We've simplified the process of figuring out how to exploit them once you find them. But you still have to find them with all the hard, rote research. So yeah, in a lot of ways, it is kind of like, you know, we finished the work and we're kind of back to the drawing board as to, well, what do we actually want to trade? Have I thought about trying another search selection algorithm to reduce the overfitting? No, I mean, the overfitting problem is the natural result of the search algorithm, right? It's kind of like a garbage in, garbage out problem. Yeah, we've come up with a really nifty tool for, you know, labeling the value of signals and stuff like that. It'll come in handy down the road, but it's not really going to help us find those signals in the first place. That's kind of the fundamental problem. I just kind of got it into my head that this thing would let us sort of squeeze juice out of signals that might be overly mined by finding new predictive features. But that's kind of a pipe dream. Kind of like the quant version of Warren Buffett's cigar butt theory. So the plan going forward, we're still kind of figuring out, but it looks a lot like traditional quant research, which is why we're sort of brushing up on some of the latest advances in the field. This guy actually wrote the book, Advances in Financial Machine Learning, which is on our required reading list, as well as Machine Learning for Asset Managers. So we're going to watch the rest of why most machine learning funds fail, continue to take some notes, and then we're going to dive into his latest publications on causal factor investing, where he kind of built the opposite of what we built. We were building a strategy discovery machine. He built a strategy explaining machine, which uses a similar process, sort of going backwards to infer why does this particular strategy work? Presumably, he's working somewhere where they're finding strategies and they're not sure why they're working, and that's a problem that they had to solve. But it's really, really interesting stuff, and gosh, I would love to kind of wrap my head around how it actually works, because it's a total fucking mystery to me. But pretty cool stuff. Yeah, something like that. But I think his thinking, they probably have, or somewhere he works, probably has done what we were trying to do, created a strategy discovery god machine. And out of it are coming strategies that their quants don't exactly know why they work. And so the problem to be solved was, okay, what's actually generating the alpha here so that we can create data generating processes that simulate that phenomenon, and we can further develop strategies to exploit it. That seems to be the work he's doing now, which is really, really cool. Anyhow.
Essentially, what you're doing is you will...
So this was labeling, right? Labeling in finance, problem number 3. Where he's talking about how it's inefficient to label with time horizons, and that it would be more apt to label with actual simulated trading tactics, which we certainly took to heart in the work that we've been doing for the last 2 years.
So over the next 10 bars or 10 days. Well, that doesn't really make sense, because when you think about it, number one, time bars do not exhibit good statistical properties. So when you compute returns based on time bars, these series typically will have will be heteroscedastic, so they won't have a constant variance. They will exhibit substantial serial correlation.
So he's talking about like figuring out if a particular thing can be exploited just by measuring like, okay, well, what are the returns 5 minutes, an hour, a day later? And he's saying that's a really shitty way to do it.
Will exhibit this sort of serial correlation. The distribution will be...
It would be better to simulate an actual trade with an actual management technique.
And kurtosis. So sampling with time bars is a bad idea, and we have seen this before. Now, labeling based on a fixed time horizon, it just incorporates, once again, wrong information, right? You should label not based on what happens over the next 10 bars, but whether you achieve the objective of a position under those circumstances. So let me give you an example. By the way, that's what I call the triple variable method. So this is the alternative to what is being done in most papers out there. The idea is you are going to label an observation based on the outcome as if you had a position at that point in time. So you form 3 bars, you form 2 horizontal barriers, one up and one down, and then a vertical barrier. And essentially this incorporates the information that you would...
Now, this particular labeling technique, where he's doing, you know, win, loss, or timed out, right? That's pretty smart. That solves a problem of using a discrete tactic, which is that, well, a tactic has to have a position size. A tactic has to have, like, an allocation. Like, and its profitability could be a function of the allocation, especially if you're taking into consideration, like, transaction costs, right? So then everything becomes a function of input capital. But then you have to compute everything across an array of input capitals, right? Like a parameter space of input capital. And you might lose some information value there. It all becomes relative, right? Is that compounding? Is it depleting? Et cetera, et cetera. That's pretty smart. That's how he solved that problem. That is a problem that we kind of ran into.
Follow if you were holding a position, right? The upper barrier is a profit-taking level. The lower barrier is a stop-loss barrier, and the vertical barrier essentially just tells you we held this position for a particular horizon, and now it's time to move on. Now, when you do that, what is the difference? The traditional method of a constant time barrier or time horizon essentially is the equivalent to holding a vertical barrier without the horizontal barrier. You see that, right? If you are holding a position for the next 10 days and you don't care what happens in between, essentially this is equivalent to having no barriers, no horizontal barriers, and you just label based on the outcome at the end. Now, when you incorporate the two horizontal barriers, what you're doing is you are incorporating information about the path, right? Now labeling will be path dependent. Essentially what you're doing is you will label an observation as a 1 if you would have taken a profit, if you would have made a profit at that, after holding that position. The observation will be labeled as a -1 if you would have been a stop out. And who has not been a stop out at some point in time? It's very healthy, right? So not incorporating that health information into your machine learning algorithm probably is a bad idea.
Happens to a lot of men of a
You
certain
have to
age.
give it to the academics.
Getting stopped out.
Only an academic
5.
would label observations without taking into account the possibility of a stop out. Anybody managing a portfolio for real knows that you have to take into account the possibility of being a stop out, right? It doesn't matter where the price is after 10 days. If you were managing a position during the flash crash, you know that the stop outs can kick in any time. Now, how is this relevant? Well, there is a lot of
Stopped out by a margin call, yeah.
these days for what I call quantamental firms. And let me tell you one natural way that firms can incorporate information, how fundamental firms can actually use machine learning methods in their daily decision making. One way is to add a machine learning layer to your traditional fundamental decision making. Suppose that you work for a firm that is very fundamental, where people make decisions based on either book information, accounting, or traditional economic models. And now what you would like to do is not to challenge the decisions made by those models, but what you would like to do is to determine what is the betting size. How much should we bet on these forecasts made by the fundamental model? So that's what I call meta-labeling. Meta-labeling is a very nice way of combining adding a machine learning layer to any sort of theoretical model. Whether the model is econometric, economic, fundamental, it doesn't matter. The role of the machine learning algorithm is to figure out how much should we bet, if anything at all, in this prediction that the algorithm has made, or that this primary model has made. Now, this is very helpful in the following sense. Suppose that you have an algorithm that has low precision but high recall, right? This is an algorithm that is able to identify almost all positives. However, it has a large number of false positives, right? And essentially, like most economists who predict 20 out of the last 10 recessions, right? And so that's an example. Economists are an example of an algorithm that has high recall and low precision. And now what we would do is we would incorporate a machine learning algorithm on top of that economist. And now the machine learning algorithm is going to figure out how much should we bet on the forecast made by this particular economist, given previous examples of predictions made by this economist. And why is this helpful? Because if you have a model that has high recall, it's not so important that it has low precision. Now the machine learning algorithm will reduce the recall in exchange for increasing the precision.
Okay, now, how is this any different than just identifying features that make something more predictive, right? Like we were looking at our the autocorrelation of the price elasticity thing that we were playing with yesterday. Does a high price elasticity predict another high price elasticity reading, in a time series? Is it autocorrelated? And we quickly discovered, it's a pretty low correlation, but if you look at the chart, there's some stuff that's just blasting like right up the middle. So maybe there's some feature that we could identify where the subset of samples labeled with that feature have a higher correlation score, right? That's what he's talking about, right? So you have some, I don't know, black box that has your high precision or your low precision, but your high recall. So it picks all of the winners, but also a fair amount of false positives as well. You're looking for some additional features, some additional factors, some additional regime to do your principal component analysis with, right? To isolate the subset that's got the higher predictive value, right? And then sizing your position accordingly. Right? That's exactly what he's talking about, right? That's my takeaway.
And there is an optimal level out there where you can maximize the harmonic average of the two, of precision and recall, and that's what this machine learning algorithm would do. All right, pitfall number 5.
Hold on. Let's check that slide again. All right, meta labeling is particularly useful when you want to increase your F1 scores. You build a model that achieves high recall, even if it has low precision, then we correct for the low precision by applying a meta labeling to the positives identified by the primary model. Right. So the whole idea is that in the previous technique he covered, you're evaluating the success or failure or neutrality of a particular trading opportunity with his 3-barrier method, right? So every trading opportunity, we can evaluate it with this 3-barrier method that basically simulates a bracket order, a long bracket order. So, a 1 if it's profitable, a -1 if it gets stopped out, and a 0 if it gets timed out, where it just wasn't a particularly efficient opportunity. So from there, how well your strategy is picking out winners and how well it's avoiding losers, right? So that would be your F1 score, your precision, accuracy, recall, or whatever. Okay, so if it's really good at picking out the winners, but it still has a lot of false positives, you can apply a second algorithm to size your positions based on some additional factor that is predictive of whether or not it's going to be a good signal or a bad signal. That's kind of what I'm getting here. So any kind of feature label that you can use to divide your opportunity set in some way where a subset is more or less predictive. Any kind of effective filter. But instead of just avoiding the bad opportunities, you size your trades so that the smaller trades happen on the lower certainty and the bigger trades happen on the higher certainty based on whatever your predictive factor is. So it's like a strategy for trading your strategy. Interesting. But that seems very much like the context importance analysis that we were doing in our strategy discovery tool. I think this might have even inspired it when I half understood this lecture 4 years ago.
All right, pitfall number.
What was that second slide? Meta labeling for quantimental firms. You can always add meta labeling layer to any primary model. That includes forecasts generated by a human. Meta labeling will help us figure out when we should pursue or dismiss a discretionary PM's call. That makes sense. If I had some discretionary PM and every day I was like, long or short, Billy, long or short. And then without Billy's knowledge, I did feature importance analysis of, whether or not he got laid this week. And then overlaid that with his predictions in the future, I might have some additional information by which to weigh or interpret Billy's predictions based on whether or not he got laid this week. That seems to track with human intuition. Okay. It's kind of like the Sam Rothstein, point fixing thing that he used to do. I would know whether or not the guy pulled his ankle or whatever. Easy to manipulate. Yeah, well, Billy is not supposed to know that we're doing that. That's the thing.
All right, pitfall number 5, weighting of non-IID samples. Finance is very funny as it comes down, as it relates to machine learning. In a traditional machine learning application, like for instance, medical research, suppose that you're a doctor and someone asks you, well, what are the features that are conducive of high cholesterol? What you would do is we would take here a sample of everybody, samples from everybody here in the audience, and we would label them, right? And then we would ask some questions about what is your diet, what are exercise routines, genetic predisposition to cholesterol, etc. You would ask a number of questions, and you would try to identify these features are predictive of your observation that is in that tube, 1 tube per person, right? Independent samples, 1 tube per person. But finance is not like that, right? What happens in finance is that essentially someone takes all these tubes and messes them up. And now what happens is that the blood contained in tube number 9 contains information from subjects 8, 7, 6, and 5, and tube number 20 contains a sample from subject number 20, but also partly a sample from subject 19, 18, 17, 16. That's finance. We don't have access to clean observations. Why? Because financial series are multi-collinear. They exhibit serial correlation. They are non-normal. They are all contaminated. Right? There is a lot of stuff going on in financial markets at any point in time. And we can never isolate the effect of features. It's everything combined, right? So there is no such thing in finance as collecting a sample from a particular individual and then collecting an independent sample. Why? Because the cross correlations are tremendous, and then to make matters worse, even the serial correlation is substantial.
So that plays right into the spilled samples problem, plays right into the inefficient sampling, right? Where that's why your sampling methodology should be complementary to whatever it is that you're trying to detect, because of the spilled samples problem. Because every sample that you take, and this is what I wrote down, is heavily contaminated. Every sample contains information from countless other processes. So they're all contaminated, right?
Why is this relevant? Well, it's relevant because think about some of the major breakthroughs in machine learning these days, right? When a couple of years ago, algorithms were able to identify faces very effectively, or drive cars, even though that track record has been tarnished recently. Now, when you think about it, here's my friend Luna. My friend Luna can recognize faces very well. I know it because she doesn't bark at me. She barks at the neighbor. However, even though my dog Luna can recognize faces as well as Google's algorithms, my dog Luna, she cannot manage my investment portfolio. Well, she can manage my investment portfolio more or less as well as most portfolio managers out there in Wall Street, but that's not exactly what you would expect anyway.
Sick burn. Sick burn.
I don't pay her anywhere close what a machine,
You want to know how you make a lot of money on Wall Street, kids? Start a wealth management agency. Get a bunch of rich assholes to come feed you their friends in exchange for 1% and 2% referral fees. And then what you do is you take all of these rich assholes and you pull their money and then you invest them into hedge funds. That's it. That's all you do. You don't have to do anything with their money. So you charge them 1% in order to feed them into funds that charge 2%. It's a little bit of an old Wall Street joke, but as I get older, I start thinking, maybe I should start a wealth management agency. Just feed people into hedge funds and skim a couple of basis points off the top along the way.
With anyway, unless they just want to get some, cold.
Why not?
At the end of the day. So this is the problem, right? The problem is that what appears to be breakthroughs somewhere else, like driving cars and recognizing faces, there are plenty of people who can drive cars. There are plenty of people who can recognize faces. But there are not many people who can manage portfolios. It happens to be a very complex problem. And part of the reason it is a very complex problem is not because the system is chaotic. There are chaotic systems out there that can be predicted using machine learning. If you read the press over the past week, actually, for instance, there were a group of scientists who were able to predict a chaotic system like widespread of, the spreading of a wildfire over multiple Lyapunov cycles, which essentially are full cycles of uncertainty. It's like 8 cycles. It was incredible. A machine learning algorithm could predict a chaotic system. This is something that nobody thought.
You could predict a wildfire.
So machine learning clearly is an incredible.
That sounds handy.
It can solve for chaotic systems like the economy. But the problem with finance is that the data sets are not as good as the data sets you can form in physics. Mm-hmm. And part of the difficulty is exactly what we are discussing in this slide, right? And it is that observations are non-unique. These observations are not independent and identically distributed. And one thing we can do is to control for that lack of uniqueness. Essentially, what we can do is we can determine whether the observations are similar to other observations we have made. How? Well, suppose that, for instance, you observe some features, and now you are labeling these features based on the outcome that occurs over the next 20 bars, right? Or using the triple barrier method until one of the barriers is hit. Now, the next observation has some overlap information, right? The next observation is going to look at, let's say, the next 21 or 23 bars. And there is an overlap. And you can control for that overlap. Essentially, you can determine what is the amount of shared information between these consecutive observations. And once you do that, something very interesting happens. And it is that once you sample, when you conduct your cross-validation, once you sample observations taking into account the redundancy, the uniqueness you sample more observations that are more unique, then what occurs is that all of a sudden your out of sample accuracy increases dramatically, right? Meaning that if you conduct a cross-validation and you don't take into account the uniqueness of the observations, your accuracy is not going to be as good as if you introduce that additional information to your classifier. So that's something that not many people do, but definitely it has tremendous benefits. Now, since we are already talking about cross-validation, let's discuss one essential problem in financial data sets, and that's leakage. This is why, one of the reasons, many backtests look wonderful in sample, and then you deploy the strategy and it doesn't work out of sample. So one of the reasons is because the machine learning algorithm tested something, learned something in sample, and then tested those fit parameters out of sample in a testing set, but the testing set had leaked information into the training set, right? And how does this happen? Well, in finance, very often. Why? Because the series exhibit zero correlation, and the labels are overlapping, and as a result, when you combine these two features, zero correlation and overlapping labels, very often there will be some examples in the testing set that are sharing information with samples in the training set.
He's saying serial correlation, right? Like autocorrelation, right? So there's serial correlation and overlapping labels. He's not saying zero correlation, right? Like, let's make sure I'm hearing him right. He's saying serial correlation.
Result, when you combine these two features, serial correlation and overlapping labels, very often there will be some examples in the testing set that are sharing information with samples in the training set. What can you do about it? Well, one thing you can do is, of course, as we said before, to try to control for the uniqueness of the observations, but that doesn't suffice. Another thing that you need to do is you need to perform two operations. One is called purging, and the other one is called embargo. The difference between the two is purging has to do with removing from the in-sample observations that share information with other observations in the testing set. So that's something that we can do because we know what is the degree of overlap between the labels in the two sets. And the second thing is embargo. Essentially, this is necessary when your testing set predates the training set. So for instance here, as you can see, the testing set is between two training sets, one that happens before, one that happens afterwards. And you need to remove that overlap, which is what purging does. But in addition, on the right side, there are some observations in the training set that are after the testing set, and they should be removed. Once you do that, what happens is that, well, typically Sharpe ratios decline in the backtest because that's what should happen. Essentially, you are removing the effects of overfitting, of leakage. And by the way, one thing to determine at what point you have purged and embargoed enough is when the Sharpe stabilizes and it ceases to decline, hopefully above zero. All right, pitfall number 7, last one. My favorite, back to overfitting. And this is what I call the most important plot in finance. I call it that way because it has helped me a lot during my career. Essentially, the way this plot is generated is as follows. Suppose that you perform a number of experiments, say 1,000. You perform 1,000 of backtests. And these backtests are trying to determine the profitability of various strategies, whether they are mean reversion, trend following, looking for calendar patterns, machine learning, you name it. They are trying to identify a strategy and compute the performance of that strategy. Now, the feature, where do these series you are using for developing this strategy, where do they come from? Well, suppose that these series are actually random walks. They are unpredictable. So essentially what we are doing is we are just computing investment strategies on series where, by definition, there is no investment strategy. They are just unpredictable. What is the Sharpe ratio that you expect to achieve? Surprisingly, the answer is not 0, right? When you conduct 1,000 experiments on a series, on a single series, where the series is unpredictable, the expected maximum Sharpe ratio is around 3. Isn't that astonishing?
Just by random chance.
The series is unpredictable. There is no strategy. And yet, the expected maximum Sharpe ratio is 3. Well, if you conduct 1 million simulations where, today to perform 1 million simulations is trivial, 1 million backtests, now the expected maximum Sharpe ratio is 5. And what this tells you is the following.
It's like a hot streak when you're playing some random chance game. Like you're playing a coin flip game with your friend and you get heads like 5 times in a row, right? Freaky, it happens, right? There's still no edge in the coin. It's just one of those freak anomalies. And if you play the same game with your friend, 1,000 coin flips, 10,000, 1 million, times over, you increase the probability of hitting one of those freaky, lucky hot streaks or unlucky streaks, right? The same thing we saw in our variance problem. So he's just saying that even if you have like just completely no edge, totally random, unpredictable returns, and you just either subsample it enough or just run the random number generator enough times, even though there's no actual positive expected value, just by random chance, one of the simulations will have a fluke winning streak or a fluke losing streak that'll be indistinguishable from an amazing strategy, right? Even though there's nothing to it. So, yeah.
Whenever you read a paper in the Journal of Finance, in any of the best journals anywhere, how many trials did the author conduct? Nobody knows. Most likely the author doesn't know because he didn't keep track of them. Some of these papers are written over many years. The referees had no clue, and everybody assumed in their statistical tests that a single trial had taken place. Essentially, that's what happens when we utilize a confidence level of 95%, a significance level of 5%. We set the thresholds for rejecting the null at the 5% probability of a false positive, under the assumption that a single trial has taken place. Now, this is something that it has been known for a long time, right? Already 4 or 5 years after the current framework for conducting statistical tests was set up, people realized that these thresholds for rejecting the null couldn't remain constant as you conduct multiple tests. So for the past 90 years, people have been in finance, people have been conducting multiple tests without adjusting for the rejection thresholds. So this is something that it doesn't happen anywhere else, right? In medical research, in physics, people conduct multiple tests and they all adjust for this phenomenon, the possibility that false positives appear more frequent as a result of multiple testing. This is why a couple of years ago, a friend of mine, Cam Harvey, who also is the president of the American Finance Association, published a paper with this shocking conclusion. Most discoveries in finance are false. It's just a matter of nobody's controlling for the number of trials. It's just nobody even knows how many trials are taking place. Now, when it comes to strategy development, it's something that we need to keep always in mind. We will always find profitable strategies even where there are none. It's just a matter of trying and trying, and I guess some people express this thought in the following ways. If you torture the data hard enough, eventually the data will confess whatever you want. And this is the application to strategy development. What can we do about it? Well, this is the false strategy theorem is a theorem that some colleagues and I proved in 2014. Essentially, what it determines is this dashed line. This dashed line, this dashed line is the result of that theorem, and this kind of heat map is the experimental verification, right? The experimental verification, if you generate random strategies and you compute the expected maximum Sharpe ratio, actually the maximum Sharpe ratio, you obtain this distribution, and this dashed line is what the theorem had predicted. And as you can see, the theorem is very accurate for a very wide range of number of trials. Actually, it becomes even more accurate as the number of trials increases. And what is the conclusion of this theorem? That essentially there are two variables that are never reported in academic journals that are critical to determine whether a discovery is true or false. And these two variables are, number one, the number of trials. Please, if you ever find a paper in any academic journal that in finance that says, and I conducted 223 trials, please tell me, because it will be the first time that anybody ever reports the number of trials. Number two, the second variable that is very critical to discount for the probability of a false positive is the variance of the outcomes, right? Why is this relevant? Well, if you are conducting research that involves strategies, let's say, coming from technical analysis or counting solar spots or something, where you're using any sort of variable or intuition to make a prediction, the variance of the outcomes is likely to be very wide. So essentially, it becomes all of a sudden very likely that you will obtain a strategy with a very high Sharpe ratio. Now, when you conduct a strategy research where you stick to a model, right? You stick to some preordained notion of how the world works. Now the variance is going to be much smaller, right? Because your degrees of freedom are shrunk, right? So that's something that is, these are essentially the two variables that are critical to determine whether if this positive, whether a discovery is a true discovery or false discovery, and they are never reported. Well, when you are conducting your research, you can always keep track of these variables, right? Essentially what you would do is, and that's something that my team does, whenever someone conducts a backtest, the system automatically logs information about that backtest. Whenever you have access to information, the researcher is going to be penalized for accessing that information multiple times. And eventually, someone will arrive at my office and say, Marcos, we encountered this strategy with a Sharpe ratio of 2. And I will look to the logs and say, hey, but you access the data sets like 500 times. I was expecting a Sharpe ratio of 5. And come back when you have a Sharpe ratio of 5. 2 doesn't excite me. And then he will come back with a Sharpe ratio of 5, and probably he will have conducted 10,000 experiments. And at some point in time, it's good to give up. At some point in time, people should actually give up, because remember, you will achieve any Sharpe ratio you want, 10, 20, 100. 100 Sharpe ratio, no problem. It's just a matter of trials and patience, even though there is no strategy there. So what can we do about it? Well, we can compute the deflated Sharpe ratio. And the deflated Sharpe ratio is a metric that takes into account the number of trials, whether the distribution of the returns is skewed, exhibits kurtosis, it takes into account the sample length, it takes into account all these features that are very relevant. But in particular, it takes into account this SR sub 0, this variable that incorporates what is the expected Sharpe ratio under multiple trials, and we take into account the variance of the experiments. Now, a couple of days ago, a colleague of mine and I published a paper titled Detection of False Strategies that explains a procedure for estimating these two variables very accurately. So essentially what we have done is this paper will show you how you can determine whether the strategy you have computed, you have identified, is a true positive or a false positive. And as you can see in the paper, we have estimated the efficacy of the method by running millions of Monte Carlo simulations, and the method seems to be very precise. Essentially, let's say that you come up with a strategy with a Sharpe ratio of 2, and the paper will teach you how to estimate the number of independent trials that have taken place, which is in most cases much smaller than the number of actual trials. Remember the difference between actual trial and independent trial. Independent trials typically are much less than number of trials. And also, it will teach you how to cluster your trials in a way that you can compute the variance between those independent trials. And once you plug in these two variables, you will have an accurate representation of whether this strategy is something you should be investing in or not. Is this a statistical fluke? Is this the result of luck? Or is this a strategy that performs much better than what anybody would expect just out of luck? And with that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you again for your attention. Please go ahead and ask me any questions.
But this wasn't so much like why most machine learning funds fail. It was more like what works like in machine learning funds. Like, you know, you got to have, you want to avoid Sisyphean quants. So you don't want to silo your quants. You want to have efficient sampling, appropriate scoring. Meta labeling is a great way to squeeze extra juice out of any alpha that you do find. The spilled samples problem is a huge headache. Purging and embargoing are two ways to deal with that. You'll know that you've purged and embargoed enough when the Sharpe ratio stabilizes. And you have to be extremely wary of the false strategy theorem, right? That will always find profitable strategies even when there are none. That you should use the deflated Sharpe ratio to adjust for the number of trials, the variance of returns, etc., etc. Because the more variance you have in your returns, the more likely you are to get a fluke price path that makes it look that makes the Sharpe ratio look a lot higher than it actually is, simply through random chance. Right. Why can't you just use the Bonferroni correction? I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. I'm the one taking notes here. I'll make a note of that. All right, so let's see what the questions are. Hopefully we can hear the questions. If not, then we'll move on to the next one, because I hate it when you can't hear the question.
Yes.
God damn it. Get this man a microphone.
Definitely. They're doing a great job.
Oh, it sounds like they had to censor a name there.
Definitely. They're doing a great job. And in fact, we have, for the past 3 years, we have been writing papers where we are acknowledging each other for the work that they are doing, the work we are doing. We are on the same page. Look, I think we both recognize that it is very suspicious that in finance, the rate of withdrawal of papers, right? The rate at which papers are recalled is essentially zero. Whenever a paper in finance is published, most likely it will never be revisited. And that's unheard in science, right? In medical research.
Yeah, I mean, you see this too. Like, if you bust out any like finance textbook, you'll see just about every phenomenon, every chapter. There's like contradictory papers. There's like, oh, this paper represents what we thought in the 70s, and this paper represents what we thought in the 80s, and this is the latest paper, which is like represents, et cetera, et cetera. He's right. Like, no one ever goes back and updates the old papers.
As 20% in some journals, meaning that the paper comes out, and 10 years later, someone realizes, well, you know, new evidence challenges what was published 10 years ago, and the paper is erased. It disappears from the journal, right? It's no longer listed there. And probably finance and theology are the last two fields where
finance and theology. That's funny.
Hopefully, you know, Cam has been a thought leader on this respect, that this must change. Thanks.
Can you give an example of how information can leak between two pages?
Yes. Yes. So suppose that you have a series that is serially correlated, right? And so that's what you can see there in the middle of the slide. xt is approximately the same as xt plus 1. The series is serially correlated. You make an observation, and the next observation is very similar. And at the same time, The levels are overlapping. The label that is associated with observation T shares a lot of information with the label associated with T plus 1. Now, if T and T plus 1 fall in different sets, let's say that T belongs to the training set and T plus 1 falls in the testing set, now the algorithm will learn in the testing set something that should only belong in the training set, right? And here what should happen is that observation T should be removed from the training set. So the algorithm should not be allowed to learn from something that is going to be used to evaluate the efficacy of the fit. Yep. Go ahead.
What are, from your perspective, what do you think is going to be the key attribute for the success of trading strategy using machine learning?
Yes, so the question is, what is the key attribute of success of a machine learning strategy? Well, I think it has to do with, number one, the quality and uniqueness of your data, right? You want to model strategies after data that is very hard to get, not many people have. Perhaps they are data sets that are very hard to manipulate. I know that I'm after something when my data team complains, right? When my data team complains, this data set is unbearable. Probably, it's like going to extract gold in Alaska, right? Why is there gold in Alaska? Or there was gold in Alaska because nobody wanted to go to Alaska, right? So this is a data set that is intractable, is very hard to process. So that's one thing, right? Another thing is to come up with good feature importance methods. And that's something that you can see in the book. There is a full chapter dedicated to feature importance. Why? Because research, as it relates to financial markets, backtesting is not a research tool. And I know that that's a polemic statement. Many people believe that a backtest is what should confirm or unconfirm a particular statement or strategy. But the reality is, once you are in the backtesting mode, research is already finished. You cannot learn something from a backtest and then reutilize it. If you reutilize it, well, you better keep control of the number of trials, right? And then you will have to deflate the Sharpe ratio by the probability that this is a lucky discovery. Typically, what you want to do is you want to spend a lot of time identifying what are the features that are important for that strategy. And once you come up with important features, now you're going to build a strategy, and at the last moment, you're going to backtest, and you really do not want to go into this cycle until eventually the data confesses whatever you wanted the data to confess. You want to spend most of your time in feature importance. One more.
So one of the things I read your book, by the way, fantastic book, and much of it I didn't understand. But it's one of the issues that you raised in the early part is this issue of data and sampling. And across all platforms, including Quantopians, data is just data time series. There's no dollar bars. It's very difficult to build tick bars. People don't even deal with ticks because of the volume and all that.
Yep.
So it's very frustrating, actually, in a lot of ways to implement some of these techniques. I wonder if you have some comment about what some of these platforms, maybe you can implement some of these things, because it's
This is my complaint too. Whenever, if you can't hear him, he's saying like, yeah, you're saying use all these different sampling techniques, but those aren't available. Like the platforms largely force us to use technical analysis techniques like Quantopian, whatever. And this is my complaint too, which is why people are always like, why are you developing your own tools? Why aren't you using a MetaTrader or NinjaTrader or TradingView or PineScript or TDA script or Quantopian or QuantConnect? And that's why, because like they box you into whatever the school of thought is of the engineers, and they're usually not quants. And the last thing they ever want to do is give you access to the raw data, because then you don't need them. And plus, the raw data, you need a distribution license for, and that's very expensive, and nobody wants to be a data broker, except for, you know, crazy people like Christina Key. God bless her heart. And I guarantee you what he's going to say is you got to get your own data and do your own work.
Time series information, tabular, fundamental data, which you pretty much say in your book is kind of, there isn't a lot of alpha.
Well, let's think a little bit about that. It has to do a lot about how you process that data, right? You can extract still a lot of information from data sets that people have access to. In the ideal scenario, you have access to a data set that is untouched and nobody has it. But that doesn't mean that that's the only way of developing strategies. You can work with data sets that people have been working on for a long time and yet uncover strategies. Why? Because you are not using returns. Instead of using returns, you're going to use fractional differentiation. And you're going to come up with a theory before applying machine learning. Let me give you an example, a brief example. Suppose that many people in finance think that machine learning is a black box. And every time I hear that, I roll my eyes, because machine learning is not a black box. You can use it as a black box, but you can use as a black box anything you want. There is a way of using machine learning in a way that is not a black box. It's a white box, and the way is the following. Suppose that you are given some variables, and you are put in the same position as Sir Isaac Newton when he had to come up with his equation for gravitational force. So you're given this series, and you have, some series are related to the mass of the objects, the density of the objects, their reflexivity, their dimensions, their shape, the distance between objects, right? There are a bunch of variables. And now you run all these variables through a machine learning algorithm, and the machine learning algorithm comes back with the following answer. Well, there are really three variables that are important here. One is the mass of object 1, mass of object 2, and the distance between the objects. And all the rest is rubbish, is irrelevant. All right. Now, Sir Isaac Newton would tell you, that's very interesting. I would never figure that out. Now, what is the equation? What is the equation that relates these three magnitudes? And the answer is, well, that's the funny thing about machine learning. It doesn't tell us the equation. It doesn't tell us the theory. It just tells us that these three variables are very relevant. Now, the way I like using machine learning is machine learning as a research tool. It tells me what are the relevant variables, and now I have to come up with a theory that is going to combine that information in order to make a prediction. So to go back to your question, I'm not so persuaded that the only way is to utilize rare data sets. Sometimes you can use data sets that people utilize, but you actually are going to learn, and you're not going to use these machine learning methods as a black box. You are actually you will try to make sense of this data in order to come up with an explanation of what's going on. So that's an example, in addition to using fractional differentiation, using better sampling methods, better labeling methods, and so on and so forth. There's a lot you can do with standard data sets. Yep.
So you have this deflated Sharpe ratio.
Yes.
And can you use that to tell us that which machine learning algorithm is better than the other one? Do you have a comparison
Yes.
list? And also, can you tell us intuitively how you use the deflated Sharpe ratio to tell us which one is false positive?
Yes. So the idea is, the idea of the deflated Sharpe ratio is to take into account information of whether this is a lucky discovery, right? And as you saw in this volcanic plot that I have there, that looks like an eruption, but it's not, this heat map, you can target any sort of Sharpe ratio that you want. The question is, once you have
Yeah, the video is at the top of the chat.
it is something that you should expect just out of luck, randomness, and that's what the deflated Sharpe ratio does. So in the course of your research, you should keep track of the number of experiments, right? Essentially, what you would do is you would collect all the returns, all the time series of returns that you obtain from every backtest. So let's say you conduct 100 backtests. Now you're going to have a t by 100 matrix, where t is the number of returns per backtest. And now you are going to use that information to determine the number of independent backtests that you have actually conducted. And that's something that you can read in the paper that I published last Monday. So that's the way to extract this number here in this equation, k. And the way I use this, and my team uses this, is that people conduct all these backtests, and we know that eventually we are always going to come back routinely with false positives, right? What we need to be very careful about is when we are doing a strategy on any particular data set, whether we have exhausted our luck. Essentially, we are now we are so unlucky that we have made a lucky discovery, and that's what we need to keep track of, right? And that's one way that, for instance, this community could cooperate. You don't know how many experiments someone is conducting on the same data set. You're conducting other experiments, but here is Quantopian that is able to keep track of all the experiments. So that would be one possible application. Thank you very much.
All right. What's up, Macro?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, we're kind of throwing in the towel with an approach that we were using, so we're brushing up on the latest in the field. So that was why most machine learning funds fail. I think we'll jump straight to some of the latest advances in the field. Same author has been working on some research for automatic causal factor extrapolation. So basically the opposite of what we've been doing. We've been building strategy discovery tools. This cat has been building tools that explain why strategies that have already been discovered work, right? Sort of interesting approach to work backwards. So let's see what he has to say. He's been publishing a lot of papers on this, and I thought instead of going through the very, very dry papers that we would actually, watch the lecture version. Hopefully it's a little more intuitive. So, all right, let's get that link here for chat. All right, here we go. Hopefully this is interesting. Ooh, that's loud.
All right, thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me. How many of you have heard about factor investing? So pretty much everybody.
All right. Woo! Factor investing!
Investing is a very important part of the investment financial industry. Between $3 and $4 trillion are allocated to factor investing strategies. And those are strategies, those are vehicles that invest directly in factor investing. If we were to account for all the money that is invested indirectly in factor investing, it would be a multiple of that number. So it is by far the most popular investment approach. What if I were to tell you that this approach does not really have a solid scientific foundation? So I'll begin with the numbers. Can you show the slides? Good. Well, that's the performance of factor investing strategies going back to 2007. Why 2007? Well, it's when Goldman Sachs and Bloomberg began to track the performance of the most popular factors: value, momentum, quality, etc. And as you can see, it's a dismal performance. If you had invested in such fund, you would have made around 1% a year before transaction costs and management fees, with a very, very low Sharpe ratio, essentially doing nothing. So why is that? Remember, this is an investment approach that has been peer-reviewed to the infinity. There are literally thousands of papers published in the most
What's up, Keter?
journals in finance supporting this. Why is it failing? Well, it is failing because it is based on very traditional statistical methods that were established back in the 1930s, what we might call the econometric canon. You buy a textbook at the bookshop, or you get it at the library. There are some very, very famous books of econometrics, and what you will find is approaches that are essentially associational. They have very little to do with what Professor Imbens presented this morning. And I celebrate, of course, that we have people of high intellect like Professor Imbens, who is changing the discipline. But the reality is that there is a battle for the soul of econometrics that is taking place today. Most financial econometricians are associational. Very, very few, Professor Imbens, one of them, is causal. And that's the difference. The difference is that these approaches just do not work. And remember, when we talk about $3-4 trillion invested in this, what we are talking is about pensions, savings. This is money that people actually need. This is not hedge fund money. This is money that many savers, retirees, are expecting to receive. They're expecting to get the return that was published in the journals, and that's not what they are getting. So what are we going to learn today? Every student of statistics learns that correlation does not imply causation. Association is an observational property. Professor Imbens made the case brilliantly this morning, so I'm very happy that he already got us started there. Causation is an interventional concept. It involves an experiment, whether real or simulated. Now, causality plays a crucial role in the scientific method. Why? Because scientific theories are statements of the form X causes Y through mechanism M. Whenever you think of a scientific theory, it always boils down to this kind of a statement. You do not find scientists saying, well, when this thing and this thing happens together. That's not really how science works. Imagine a doctor who says, well, you know, when you take this happens. No, a doctor needs to understand the mechanism. Without an understanding of the mechanism, you don't really have control over what that supposedly medication or treatment is doing. But that's not what factor investing does. What they do, what authors publish in papers in financial journals typically do is they identify a correlation. You can express it in different ways. They run some regressions, compute some p-values, and they establish an anomaly, what is called an anomaly. But there is never a causal theory explaining why this anomaly occurs. So essentially, they stop at the correlation, at the associational statement. These papers do not make, or very rarely make, a causal statement. As a result of that, there are hundreds of claim factors that have been published. I just mentioned 4 of the most popular, but the reality is that there are hundreds of them. That's what has been called the factor zoo. And what does it mean, this factor zoo? Well, what it means is that you find all sorts of claims that are based on very short time series that may or may not have worked for the past 20 years or so. And the paper is published, and people put money on those papers. I will explain how we can...
Have we made any cool programs? Yeah, we've been working for the last year, actually for the last 2 years, on a trading strategy discovery engine, which we finished, and now we have to figure out how to use it.
Differentiate between 2 types of flaw claims, false claims. One is type A spuriosity. Those are...
That's always the hard part, yeah.
And number 2, type B spuriosity, that's non-causal association. Let's begin with causality in factor investing. Why do we care about causality? Well, we care about causality because to make a prediction is not enough. I will make a clear example later on. Even if we were able to forecast, let's say, some prices based on some observed phenomena, that would not be enough to fulfill our fiduciary duty towards investors. Factor investing models, in fact, have some appearance of causality.
No, we know that our strategy discovery engine works. The problem is it works a little too well. It's kind of an overfitting engine. So it's only as good as the predictive signals that go into it. Once you put it in there, it can determine sort of the best way to trade a particular anomaly and maybe any features that might enhance the predictive power of the anomaly. But you still need a high quality predictive signal to put into it, right? So we're sort of back to the drawing board on that. Otherwise, you can feed it enough crap and eventually it'll spit out a strategy, which is sort of what the previous lecture was all about, which is, if you do enough data dredging, you do enough random simulations, eventually you're going to get one that looks good just by random chance. And there's ways to control for that now, So are we trying to do long-term algorithms or short-term scalping? Both, anything, everything. Edge is where you find it, man. Now, the kind of stuff that we're doing is not copy and paste type stuff, just so you know. Everything that we've done so far requires pretty extensive data lake, data preparation, a lot of trial and error. So this stream is not the pathway to any kind of get rich quick or easy money trading algorithms. That'll never be a product of this stream. Ultimately, we're trying to build a multi-strategy hedge fund, and that's going to take us a couple of years. Will it force a strategy if there's no good strategy? Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Is that, if you feed it enough random features, random factors, and enough random signals, it'll find something that looks great through random chance. And we have a bunch of statistical tests that'll tell you, this is very likely to be a false positive. So anyhow, there's no sense in wasting time just feeding it a bunch of crap. We need to sort of brush up with what's the latest and greatest in the field. So this lecture is only a couple of months old. It's from a thought leader in the field. And this seems to be what he's focusing his attention on. So we thought we would kind of brush up on it and see if that'll help us out at all. I'm taking notes over here in the corner. So anyhow, settle in.
Let's begin with causality in factor investing. Why do we care about causality? Well, we care about causality because to make a prediction is not enough. I will make a clear example later on. Even if we were able to forecast, let's say, some prices based on some observed phenomena, that would not be enough to fulfill our fiduciary duty towards investors. Factor investing models, in fact, have some appearance of causality. A researcher typically will choose a particular model specification of this form, some variable y that they want to predict, let's say, the average cross-sectional returns as a function of some variable x that they believe is the cause of that outcome, let's say value, momentum, and then they add some other regressors that they want to control for. They may want to control for, let's say, the business cycle, the size of the company, the economic regime. And when you look at this function, clearly, it's a causal statement. That's the most puzzling part of this story. It is as if researchers initially want to make a causal claim, but they never deliver the goods. They never present the causal graph associated with this regression. Why do I say that? Well, because they are regressing y.
He is from Spain.
Supposedly in effect, as a function of some causes. They are not trying to regress x as a function of y. This is not a distributional statement. It's not a statement that you would obtain, for instance, through PCA. You would obtain through a distribution of bivariates. No, this is actually a causal statement. Another way of looking at this as a causal statement is that they choose a very specific method, multivariate linear regression models estimated through ordinary least squares. Now, as you know from Econometrics 101, ordinary least squares have some very interesting properties. For instance, they are non-orthogonal. They are non-orthogonal projections. So if we were to regress x as a function of y, we would not be able to obtain those coefficients based on the beta and gamma that we estimated here. There is a loss of information. Why? Because this is, in fact, a directional statement, x towards y. And as a result of that, there is some loss of information that would not occur, for instance, if you were to run an orthogonal regression. In addition, they also incorporate a number of causal assumptions when they run these regressors. For instance, they will apply y ordinary least squares because they have the property that they are linear estimators with minimum bias. They are the maximum likelihood estimators with minimum bias. In fact, the minimum variance among the unbiased. So that's the Gauss-Markov theorem. Well, that means that they are actually trying to estimate betas in an unbiased way. This means that they are willing to give a lot of forecasting power in order to obtain an unbiased estimator. You see? This is not a forecasting model. In a forecasting model, you are willing to take bias in exchange for for minimizing the sum of squares. Right? That's what you would do, for instance, if you run a random forest regression. A random forest regression, there is no claim of biasness. Why are they applying an estimator that is unbiased? Because this is, in fact, a causal statement. They are trying to estimate beta in an unbiased way. So the question is, if this is truly a causal model, where is the causal graph? How do they know what variables they need to control for? They never declare the confounders. They never declare the mediators. They never declare the colliders. So how do we know that this is the correct specification? We do not know. In fact, what has
links at the top of the chat.
We choose the specification that maximizes the R square. Not that maximizes the probability of obtaining an unbiased estimator. Right? They are not trying to impose a specification that allows for an unbiased estimator. No, they are trying to maximize the R square. So the conclusion is that there is a causal denial. On one hand, they use econometric methods that come really from biology, given the work that from the 1930s of Ronald Fisher and Carl Pearson and Nyman and many others, biostatisticians. But then they hide essentially the causal statements. They introduce some causal assumptions, but then they hide the causal statements. This leads to a state of confusion where on one hand, the model has all the characteristics of causality, but then they make associational claims. They are never providing a causal graph that can be falsified, that can be validated. What are the implications? There are two implications to this. Number one, that because they run so many regressions without controlling for multiple testing, the probability of a false positive rate is no longer a 5%. This is something that we know since the 1930s. Bonferroni is a name that probably you have heard of. Very quickly after Pearson and Neyman produced their hypothesis testing procedure framework, Bonferroni was the first one within months of saying, well, but this is only possible if you run the test once. The moment that you run the test twice, this significant level is no longer 5%. Well, Pearson's response was, of course, well, who would run this twice? I mean, it's so hard to get these estimates. Well, today, of course, we run millions and billions of regressions. And very few people in financial econometrics are controlling for multiple testing. As a result of that, even if the true value of the Sharpe ratio is 0, because they only publish the best performing model out of thousands, even millions of regressions, the expected value of the Sharpe ratio is increasing with the number of trials, even if the true Sharpe ratio is 0. And that's what is reflective of the first slide that I show you. Right? In the papers that you find in the Journal of Finance, Review of Financial Studies, Journal of Financial Economics, etc., there are claims of Sharpe ratios of 1, 2, 3. But then what you obtain is 0. Why? Because the true Sharpe ratio was 0, but they chose the best model out of thousands that they run. So they may claim a Sharpe ratio of 2, but the real Sharpe ratio is going to be 0. So this is type 1, type A, spuriosity. And the solution to this is well known. You can either apply methods to correct for p-hacking, like Hochber published in 1988, or you can publish methods to control for backtest overfitting, like David Bailey and I published in the year 2014. Then you also have type B spuriosity. What is type B spuriosity? Suppose that the signal is real. There is, in fact, an association. That doesn't mean that it's a causal association. It could be a non-causal association. Again, Professor Imbens explained this morning how one may observe association when there is no effect at all, which would be type A, but there could be association that is biased, that maybe there is no arrow between X and Y, and yet we will observe an association. And this is because the association flows through a backdoor. And this is the key difference between association and causation. We all hear the statement, association does not imply causation, but why is that? Why is that? Because causation is a very special type of association. Causation is the association that flows through causal paths. In this case, there is no causal path between X and Y. And yet, we will observe association between X and Y because it goes through the backdoor path. Why does association flow through backdoor path? Because it does not care about the direction of the arrows. Association is not a statement about X causes Y. It's a statement about two things move together. And it doesn't matter what moves first. Observationally, they move together. This is what we need to do. We need to control, in this case, for this confounder set. Now, some econometricians have made the claim, well, then what you can do is you can just add some variables, some control variables in your regression, as many as you can think of. And if they are a confounder, great. You will be able to block this backdoor path. And if they are not, well, they are not harmful. Wrong. They're, of course, very harmful. As we all know, if you control for a collider, you will experience, again, a false association, because a collider blocks the backdoor path. However, when you control for it, it opens it. So the solution is not just to control for whatever you can think of. You have to control for confounders. You need to have a causal graph that discriminates between confounders, mediators, and colliders. Only with knowledge of the causal graph you can propose the correct specification. Let me give you a couple of examples. Type B1 spuriosity. That's the spuriosity that occurs when you under control. There is a confounder. Let's say in this case, you have a variable of the structure X causes Z causes Y, x causes y. Z in this case is a mediator. When you control for this mediator, you are estimating, you are blocking this path, but you leave this path open. You can do that, and you will be right if this is exactly what you wanted to estimate. However, if you wanted to estimate the total effect, to control for a mediator is a very bad idea. Now, a more worrisome case is this one. Z is a confounder because it impacts Z, it affects Y, and then X causes Y. When you leave this uncontrolled, then there will be a bias estimation of beta. Let's look at the mystery of time-varying risk premium. This is something that has puzzled authors for decades, really. Why is it that factors sometimes work, sometimes do not work? The answer is when you have a confounder that is not controlled for, it could be that gamma changes, and you are estimating a beta that will be very heavily biased. So the answer to the mystery of why there is risk premia that changes over time, why it's so unstable, is because researchers do not control for confounders. Now, let's think about type B2 spuriosity. That's the one that occurs for the opposite situation when you over-control. When you over-control, in this case, for instance, you are controlling for a mediator, in which case you are missing the total effect, or in this case, when you control for a collider. When you control for a collider, now you are opening this backdoor path, and beta will be biased. So this is a situation that is also very worrisome because sometimes you fail because you didn't control, sometimes you fail because you control. You need to declare the causal graph. Whenever you read a paper in the factor investing literature or in econometrics in general, and someone proposes a specification, and there is no causal graph associated with that specification, most likely that specification is wrong. And as a result, there will be false positives and false negatives. So this is what is called Bergson's fallacy, when you control for a collider. Let's look at type B3 spuriosity. This is the result of a specification searching. When you look at standard econometrics textbooks, typically what they recommend is that you run a number of regressions and then you pick the best one in terms of explanatory power, in terms of greater R square, and so on. Well, when you do that, not only you are engaging in multiple testing, which would be the case of false positives that results from not controlling for growth in the false positive rate. But in addition, what happens is that now you are not making a decision on the specification based on a causal graph. You're deciding your specification based on associational estimates, essentially based on correlation. You are deciding your specification based on association, not on a causal statement. So that will, of course, lead to a number of false claims, too. Let me illustrate these examples with these cases, type B1, B2, and B3 spuriosity with Monte Carlo experiments. So the first structure is what is called a fork. A fork occurs when, well, you have a fork. Z is impacting X, is impacting Y. You run this regression, right? You run a regression where you don't control for Z, it's just the intercept and X, and you get here an R square, 25%, and you get a p-value of 0, essentially, because the t-value is 40 plus. So many researchers will stop here and say, OK, there is an association between X and Y. Well, of course it's not. There is none. This is a Monte Carlo experiment. I have chosen the data generating process, I know for a fact that there is no effect between x and y. Why is the regression telling us that there is an association between x and y? Well, because the backdoor path is open. The solution is to control for z, and then we will get an R squared that is better, around 50%, and we will see that the p-value for z is essentially 0, and the p-value for x is very high. So you could tell me, well, Marcus, that proves the point that doing this specification searching is a good idea, because eventually you will find a confounder, introduce it in your model, and you will obtain an unbiased estimate. Well, here we got lucky, but what when we use a different structure, what is called an immorality? Whoever came up with these names, but you know, this is the case where x impacts z, y impacts z, but these two, there is no arrow between the two. Okay, you run your regression, and what you obtain is a p-value of 0 for x, of 0 for z, which is a collider, but now we have introduced it as a control, and now you have an R square of 50%. Now the researcher might be very happy, because in fact, when we remove z, the R square drops to essentially 0. So if you are using a specification searching algorithm, now you will obtain a false result. This is false. And look, this is a very simple structure. Of course, there are colliders all over the place in the economy. The moment that you introduce in your regression, the result is completely biased. Now, let's look at the third case, a chain. This is a more interesting structure, a little bit more complex, but very common in investing, in finance. This is a case where Z is both a mediator, but is also a collider. You can see it here, right? A collider, but also a mediator. What do we do? What do we do in this case? Well, now when you run the regression with this structure, so you want to control for X and Z, you are controlling for this collider, which opens the backdoor path, and now there will be an association, but the association that you are measuring is not 2 or 1 and 2. It is 1, 3, 4, 5, is 1, 3, 4, is the backdoor path. That's what this regression is giving you. It's giving you something statistically significant, R square of essentially 80%, p-values essentially 0. A researcher will be extremely happy about this. We'll write the paper, type it, and send it to the Journal of Finance. Wrong. These estimates are completely biased. Now, when we do not control for Z, now we have this path is blocked because this collider blocks 1, 3, 4. What remains open is 1, 2, which is what we wanted. And now there is a change in the sign of X. Here it is 1, here is minus 0.5. So not only the model that gives you the highest R square is the one that gives you wrong estimates, it's giving you even the wrong sign. You will do the opposite of what makes money. You will systematically lose money because you will buy things that you should have sold. You will sell things that you should have bought. Now, the R square of the correct model is only 15%. It's not 80%, it's only 15%, which means that using a standard econometric procedures, the researcher will lead us to a model that loses money systematically. And look, this is a very simple structure. Causal structures in finance are way more complicated. I could put here a model, a causal graph with 20 variables, with all sorts of connections, and unless you have a causal graph, you have no idea what the specification of the regression model should be. Now, think about this. We have hundreds of thousands of professors publishing papers that they need in order to get tenure, which of course they should. They need to publish, they need to make discoveries. But none of these papers, essentially none of these papers, propose a causal graph. So whenever they confront something like this, they will go for whatever gets them published. And then some investment firm will take this paper, package it into product, and it goes into your 401k.
What a tragedy.
So what do we do? This is an amazing plot. This is the plot of the performance of all ETFs, all of them. All ETFs, factor ETFs.
Whoa.
And this is the performance of the backtest, essentially the performance that went into the paper. This
I want this chart on my wall.
that the firm took the paper.
Where's Aunt Kathy in here? Where's the ARK ETFs in this?
Permission to market this.
Right up the middle, I'm sure.
Flat. And this is the day that the fund begins to be marketed. You can now trade it. And you can see that it is not that the performance is ascending until here and then it flattens, in which case you could say, well, you know, maybe the opportunity is not big enough, so all the alpha has been arbitraged away. No, no. The performance flattens the moment that the application for the permission, essentially the moment that the model has been fixed. The moment that the model has been fixed, therefore, all of this is out of sample performance. This points to backtest overfitting. There is massive backtest overfitting taking place. Now, when you look at the most important papers in the literature, these are the Nobel Prize winning papers, like Feynman French, etc. These papers were written at the moment that, to be fair, these tools were not well developed. Perhaps they were known by some researchers, statisticians, but they were not well understood in our community. So, to be fair, they did what was common practice at the time. Now, of course, we know better. What is it that we need to do? Well, we need to identify what are the causal graphs involved in a regression before we choose the specification. Once we know what we are controlling for, of course, the causal graph can be wrong, but at least our statement, our assumptions are transparent to everybody. And now people can challenge our causal graph, modify it, introduce their own assumptions, and run their model based on their priors. But that's not what is happening. Essentially, what people are doing is they engage in massive p-hacking. They run millions of regressions. Number two, they under control. Even in Feynman French 93 and in Carhart, they mention several variables that do not make it into the regression. Right? So they perhaps, Feynman French 93, they miss confounders, they mention momentum, they mention macro variables, and they don't put it in the model. No explanation as to why. In theory, it would be because they believe there are colliders, but nowhere it says that. Then we have the problem of over-controlling, as I said, which is even more worrisome, I would say, because there are plenty of colliders in finance. And then specification searching. So these are essentially the four cardinal sins, right? You have p-hacking, you have over-controlling, under-controlling, and specification searching. This is what is the reason, the cause behind this underperformance that we observe in the first slide. So, based on this, what I propose is that we establish a hierarchy of evidence in finance. Not all empirical studies are born equal. The reality is that sometimes the evidence is very strong, sometimes is very weak. It's anecdotal at best. On one hand, you have expert opinion. You know, some investment guru tells you, oh, I see in the future that this is going to happen. Well, look, this is not a very sophisticated statement because everybody will have their own visions, right? This is anecdotal evidence. Then you have case studies. So for instance, a broker report, an analysis from a bank that says, based on our understanding of how banking works, we believe that, I don't know, UBS is underbought and you should put in your portfolio. It's not really an empirical analysis. It's more of looking at some evidence, anecdotal evidence, and making a statement. I don't say that they don't have value. I'm just saying that they do not have scientific value, which is very different. Then you have econometric observational studies. So this is really the most important part of the financial literature. This is the factor zoo. It's definitely better than case studies. These people really, they actually run some statistics through their models, not the best statistics, perhaps not in the purest way, but there is definitely some care is taken into finding these correlations. It's still low rigor. Essentially what they are telling us is there is a correlation here. We don't know why, but you should invest in it. Wrong, right? There is a correlation here. It's something that deserves additional scrutiny. It's not something that you should invest in just because there is a correlation. Many people tell me, well, but as long as I'm able to predict things, why shouldn't I invest? Let's say that I don't understand why X and Y are correlated, but I know that X occurs before Y. I have observed X. Why shouldn't I invest in the outcome Y? I don't know what is the mechanism, but there is a very strong correlation. Isn't that enough? And the answer is, of course it's not enough. Because you don't know what is the lurking variable that is going to flip the switch and make the positive betas negatives, and therefore you're going to lose money non-stop. It's not enough to rely on strong correlations. You need to, at the very least, rely on simulated interventions. A simulated intervention is a study that relies on a causal graph that is hypothesized. Perhaps it has been discovered utilizing various algorithms like PC algorithm. The causal graph is hypothesized and is presented as an unproven claim. So the author is telling you, if you believe that this causal graph is correct, this is the right way of structuring your regression. And this is these are the right controls, these are the right estimates. Now, you may disagree with the causal graph, and that's fair, because two reasonable people may disagree on the assumptions and still understand, given these assumptions, which you may share or not, definitely the empirical analysis was done correctly. And that's a simulated intervention. In many cases, that's the best we can do in finance, but this is definitely much better than hiding a number of choices, causal choices in your regression, and then portraying a result as something that is going to generate profits. A little bit better is a natural experiment. In a natural experiment, what you do is you take advantage of nature randomizing some assignments of subjects to various groups, a control group and the group on which there is a treatment. And then you observe what is the effect. This can be done very often in finance because, as a matter of fact, randomicity is all around us. The moment that a number is released, the moment that there is an intervention by the government, the moment that there is a corporate action. So there are some random effects, some effects that occur at the random time that allow you to conduct some natural experiments. And then, of course, the best that you can hope for is a randomized control trial. This, in fact, not uncommon in finance. Banks do it all the time. They produce what is called algo wheels. An algo wheel is a kind of A/B testing where you receive an order, you randomize it, and depending on the number that comes out of the random generator, you're going to send it through one algorithm or another algorithm, and you're going to observe the difference. And these are, of course, a very successful method that is used routinely by the industry, not really by academia. So, in short, there is a hierarchy of evidence, and we need to be very aware whenever we hear a claim, whenever a financial product is offered to us, whenever a paper is published in a journal, that even if the journal is very reputable, let's say the Journal of Finance, it could very, very well low rigor statement. And perhaps the claim appears in a journal that is not very famous, that doesn't get you tenure, but it could be very, very rigorous. And I could give you endless examples of such papers that may end up in it could be a randomized control trial that ends up in not a very popular journal, perhaps a journal of trading or some journal of market microstructure. On the other hand, you will have many papers that end up in the top journals, and really what they have done is they have reported some correlations and make the statement that you should invest just based on the correlation. Let me finalize with an invitation. At Adia Lab, we have offered an award, $100,000, to the best paper in causal inference applied to investing. What we would like is to incentivize that researchers do things with proper statistical methods. And I hope that all of you will submit. We have already received quite a few papers. The deadline is end of the year. And I think that it could be a moment that is, could be a watershed moment for the industry when researchers finally begin to use the statistical techniques of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Man, what a very interesting talk. That was taking me back to the first time that I encountered factor investing and like the Fama-French framework, probably about 15 years ago. And something always kind of bothered me as I was reading about it back then, but I never really had a language to explain what it was that was irking me. Now I think I have an explanation for it, so thank you for that. Are there any questions?
Great talk. Thank you very much. Are you aware of any reputable is maybe not the right word, but investment and management firms other than your own that are rigorously and carefully exercising this sort of discipline in actually managing real money?
I am. In fact, as it relates to execution, many firms utilize proper causal techniques. They may call it A/B testing, but for some very specific uses, they do it. They do it right. Now, for other cases, there is really very little incentive. Why? Because a portfolio manager receives a free call option to invest some assets. So there is a competition between portfolio managers to receive funds, and they tend to inflate results in order to receive allocations. So the industry is set up in a way that, in fact, disincentivizes the use of proper statistical techniques. That is not the case at institutions that are not structured in a performance fee model. For instance, sovereign wealth funds. We are expected to deliver performance for a country over the long term. So it's not about achieving a particular number this year. It needs to be over long periods of time. So the structure of these organizations does not really incentivize inflating results. You want to have the right results because you need to deliver this performance over long periods of time. But you're making the right point, and it's in fact the industry does not encourage the use of proper statistical techniques. Hence, the initiative of declaring this award.
So, any takeaways from this other than that correlation isn't causation? First of all, fuck you for wandering in like a child asking what the movie is about. Second of all, yeah, no, he really throws down the gauntlet to say that the vast majority of outfits out there are not applying proper scientific rigor, that just about every ETF has had zero expected value, historically speaking. And yeah, there's just a lot of making bad assumptions. Yeah, but every meme coin that launches, right? Yeah. Yeah, basically. But yeah, I liked how he was talking about how, you know, most people just kind of stop at a good back test. And if you actually take the time to come up to, like, to infer the causality of whatever it is that you're trading, then you can do more natural experiments with like synthetic data, and eventually like something a little more akin to randomized controlled trials, right? So pretty much he's calling for there to be a higher standard for strategy validation, I guess is what he's calling for. Now, I was under the impression that he was going to present his causal inference algorithm, which he recently published a paper on, but that research might post-date this research. This seems to be him calling for papers, and then I'm guessing that the inference algorithm is one of the papers that they received, and he just slapped his name on it. We'll see. I'll take a peek at that in a minute. Though my grandmother keeps fucking calling me. Yeah, that'll be fine. No stream tomorrow. I gotta do some IT work for grandma. Is the market just a random walk? No. I would say the market is not a random walk, that no market participant is making random decisions. That everybody comes to the market with some sort of directional bias. So what patterns are we going to extract, right? Wouldn't strategies related to ARB or hedging be better? Yeah, I would say there's really only two ways to make money in the market as algo bros. We either need to be able to predict something better than everybody else, or we need to find some inefficiency that we can arbitrage away. Which is very not sexy. So we're looking for predictors, in which case we want to fully understand the causal mechanism of that predictor so that we can create a robust strategy for exploiting it, or some inefficiency and just arb it away. I guess it's always easier to arbitrage, right, than it is to predict the future. But even arbing is a prediction. You're predicting that it's inefficient, whatever it is that you're arbing, right? No, good question. What's the next question?
Yes.
Thanks for the talk. So I come from the world of biology where there's like more constrained laws of physics. Whereas like in the field of finance, you have like a positivity violation every single day because like market behavior is not constrained as much as human biology, and it will move faster. So how do you recognize when you're in a zero evidence positivity violation environment versus when you're not?
Yes, so that's a great question. The finance differs from biology and other experimental sciences in a number of ways. Number one, we cannot conduct experiments, control experiments in many cases. That's why we need to simulate interventions. That's why we need to apply natural experiments. So that's reason number one. Number two, our variables are typically fail tests of invariance. So they are non-stationary variables. There are changes in regulations. There are interventions by governments. Also, there is a very strict competition. That's number 3. Very strict competition between market participants that it always brings the alpha down. Because in order to make $1, someone has to lose $1. And as a result, if someone constantly loses $1, eventually that person will disappear and the opportunity disappears. So it's a very competitive world where opportunities typically do not last very long. As a result, what is it that we can do? Well, what we can do is we can at least state our claims correctly. We need to state our assumptions, and then let people challenge those assumptions. Perhaps these variables are going to experience a structural break as predetermined by the causal graph. Let me give you an example. The flash crash of May 6, 2010. So around noon, the S&P is down around 4%. It has been drifting very, very slowly. Market makers are struggling because they see a very highly correlated, negatively imbalanced order flow. So they're struggling, but they're still in the market. Eventually, the market runs out of market makers, and the price plunges within a couple of seconds, something like 6%, and then it begins to bounce back up. Now, many, many market makers went out of business that day because they developed models based on associations. This had never happened before. Therefore, models that based on associations, they are always backward-looking. This association was not observed before. Therefore, they remained in the market providing liquidity until eventually they went bankrupt. However, market makers that rely on market microstructural models knew that they needed to monitor for negative order flow, toxic order flow. This is the order flow where you provide liquidity at your cost. You are being adversely selected. Those market makers that relied on a causal theory made a ton of money that day. Why? Because they knew that they had to get out of the market. You see, the theory predicted something that had never happened before. That's what good theories do, right? That's what the theory of relativity did. It predicted that if you wait for this solar eclipse, you're going to see how the sunlight is curved by the sun. It had never been observed before, but Einstein made this risky forecast, this risky proposition. And the fact that he predicted something that had never been observed before gave a lot of credibility to his theory. And today, we have performed extensive testing of the theory of relativity, and so far is holding up. Will we ever find? Of course, we will find one moment where there is some phenomenon that the theory of relativity cannot solve, but it is pretty good so far. The same happens with finance. Our theories do not need to be perfect. They need to be complex enough to take into account potential black swans, so that when the black swan occurs, we don't get caught like on May 6, 2010.
Thank you very much for the talk, Marcos. You're also
right.
getting praise from the live stream, and a couple of questions. So first one is, what do you think of causal graphs in light of what Soros called reflexivity? That is the circular cause-effect relationship.
Good question.
Markets. Thank you.
What is the question?
What do you think of causal graphs in light of what Soros called reflexivity, being the cause-effect circular relationship in financial markets?
What Soros called reflexivity?
Yes.
Reflexivity.
Reflexivity.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's a causal theory. Look, in science, there are situations where a statement is made, and we call these statements laws, which of course sound very strong, right? The law of gravity, or Ohm's law. It sounds even stronger than a theory, right? When you are put between a law, which sounds almost like a commandment, versus a theory, which sounds something weak. But in science, it's the opposite. We give much more importance to a theory than to a law. Why? Because a law is an anomaly for which there is no explanation. When you think about it, Newton never explained why gravity existed. He just made the claim, well, you can measure the force of attraction between two bodies based on the product of their masses divided by the square of the distance. But that's not a theory, that's an observation, right? That's an association that he has made. The same with Ohm's law. These are associational statements. We call them laws because they work. They work always, but we don't really know why. It took 100 years until Ohm's law was explained by a proper atomic theory, and it took about 300 years, I guess, maybe a bit less, 250 years, until Einstein was able to explain why Newton's law, which was not perfect in some cases, it seemed to work. So reflexivity is, in my view, a law. It's not a theory, right? It's an observation that a very successful investor has made. And as such, what it should attract is scrutiny. Why does this thing occur? We need to understand why, but we should not stop at thinking, well, this seems to work, because guess what? Financial systems are much more dynamic than biological systems. Very quickly, things can turn the other way around. In order to prevent black swans, you need theories. Laws are not enough to prevent black swans.
So, if Macro makes an interesting point, right? Which is if sort of everybody's following the same philosophy in any regard, like we're going to hit sort of an equilibrium, right? And we don't observe that kind of equilibrium in the market. So then you get to something where the market is at the whim of the prevailing biases, which seems to reflect the market that we see, right? Fear, greed, hype cycles, etc. But you're saying that you can't model fear and greed and those types of input functions, like you can't model stupidity or human emotion. Well, he's saying not to model the market in general, but to model whatever the phenomenon is that you're trying to trade. Like, you know, market makers are trying to trade still waters and avoid incoming asymmetrical information, right? They want to avoid being adversely selected by informed traders. They don't want to sell the winning lottery ticket. So he's saying that you should have a causal model that you can use to create a simulation of the market environment to train your strategy on. And that simulation, if it's a good causal model, that simulation should be able to cover black swans that have never happened before. Simply because, oh, you know that this, causes that, and that interferes with this, and here's all the, the possible range of parameters, observed, maybe plus 20 or 50 or 100%. Oh, there's this little pocket over here where a black swan happens, where something we've literally never observed before is possible given these causal factors, if these are in fact the causal factors of whatever we're trying to trade. So as he said, a good causal theory should predict things that have never happened before, like black swans. So I guess that would be the equivalent of modeling stupidity or fear or panic, is if your causal factors are accurate, then it should, for whatever particular market phenomenon that we're trying to model or exploit, black swans should be implicitly possible. Like they should be, implied. They should be implicit in the structure of your causal graph. And I barely understand this shit. I wouldn't even say I understand it. I'm trying to grasp it. It was very interesting, and it makes sense, and that sort of tracks with the line of research that he's been doing, where he's developing strategies based on data generating processes that are supposed to create simulated market data that's indistinguishable from the real thing, but modeled based upon the real thing, so that they can take the observed parameter space of whatever mechanism and sort of infer all of the possible permutations that have never been observed before, so that they can train their strategies in situations that have never been observed in nature, but are implicitly possible given their understanding of the parameter space of whatever the anomaly or market behavior is that they're trying to exploit. Right, you can never switch regimes before the regime switches. Like, it'd be like a Markov chain, but there's so many branches from every node that the statistical probabilities become meaningless. It's just too many possible outcomes at each step. Well, you're saying this Paul Wilmot name a lot. We get it. You like Paul Wilmot. We like Marcus Lopez de Prado. When someone goes to buy or sell, they have some bias. Yes, of course. Right. Which that's the whole theory of market making, is that like most people are wrong. And that's how most bucket shops make their money, is that they're not actually carrying the transactions all the way to the market. They just assume that most of their customers are degenerate gamblers. Most of them are going to lose. We can just run our own internal book and make money and never even have to touch the market. So that's how we can offer trading with no fees, because you're not actually trading. Yeah, that was the whole business model of bucket shops back in the day, is that most people lose. Especially if you structure the bets in such a way where, you have the natural edge.
Great, and perhaps one more question from online?
Yeah, thank you very much for that answer as well. The live stream asks, what are your thoughts about effect heterogeneity and external validation in the context of financial experiments? And are you aware of cases of combining observational and experimental data in the field?
Absolutely. One of the best uses of simulated interventions that you can think of is you begin with some observations. Based on those observations, you derive a set of causal graphs that are compatible with that observation, right? The observations, because they are associational statements, they can never lead you to a very precise causal graph. Causal graphs incorporate non-statistical data, right? That's why causation is not equal to association. You need to have a framework, a theoretical framework that explains why this association occurs. So you need to walk backwards. You begin with the observations. Given these observations, these are the potential causal graphs, and there could be hundreds. And now what you need to do is you need to start to challenge those causal graphs. You say, if causal graph number 1 is true, then I should observe this association when I control for that. You do it, you do that simulated observation, and half of the graphs fail. Okay, so now instead of 100, now we have 50. Now you design a different simulated observation, and by elimination, you end up with a smaller number of graphs. And then what you need to do is you again need to use non-statistical information to make a claim. We do know something about finance and economy. After all, this is not coming from Mars. This is based on human institutions. We have some ideas to why the markets operate in a particular way. So that means that we can narrow down the graphs that are compatible not only with the observations, but also with our understanding of the economy. I'm not saying that there is a particular rule book that you need to follow. I'm not saying that utilizing causal inference, everything will happen automatically. No, but at least it allows us to narrow down what are the possibilities, and very important, state all of our assumptions for everybody to criticize. So again,
That's the heart of his work is, can we make this a science? Because it is an art. You got a lot of really, really smart people, and we all keep coming to the same conclusion of chaos reigns, motherfucker. It's a market, not a chart. It's a reflection, not necessarily a system. It's an infotropic hive mind organism that's not exactly something that you can predict as a small node in the network. But through synthetic data, right, generated based on hypothetical or proposed causal graphs, right, would allow you to create a controlled environment for repeatable experimentation, right? And that's sort of the whole idea is, can we have controlled experiments where we can actually derive scientific insights, where we can actually make meaningful improvements in our strategies that is not just at the whims of chaos. So, yeah, it's a little masturbatory because he's saying that we should be creating our strategies based on synthetic data that is derived from real-world observations, and that this is the only way that we can really be rigorous about it is by having our hypothesis of the underlying market condition and then our hypothesis of how to best exploit it. Does that help in the real world? Kind of. If you can match the real world to your simulator, yeah. Yeah, like the papers that he's written are closer to like agent-based simulations. They're closer to, we'll set the volatility to X and the Brownian drift to Y, and it's all about like controlling the synthetic environment in which you're testing your strategies, right? So that way there is a theory that can be tested, that can be challenged. Can we make this a scientific process, a scientific discipline? Or can we at least have an agreed upon toolkit, an agreed upon metric for have we found something or not? So he really is fighting an uphill battle against an entire industry that doesn't exactly want to embrace scientific rigor because it's boring and it doesn't let us make money as quickly as we might ideally like, and what you're going to find is probably going to be academic at best, right? Because you're working in this simulator, like, so it's very academic, right? It's interesting. Now, I know he's not a very popular figure. Macro is not exactly the edgy, rebellious, cool kid throwing rocks at Dr. Pardo. That most of the community does. Just about everyone I've ever talked to that works with this guy or has worked with this guy, they all seem to agree, yeah, he's brilliant, but kind of spacey, and he never really appreciated the practical applications of his work. That seems to be the universal thing. He's a very academic guy. He's kind of got his head in the clouds. And like he said, he works for piles of money so big that they're not really judging him based on his quarterly performance. They're judging him based on his contributions over a decade, and he's only worked there for 2 years. So, would I want to go work at this guy's quant fund? No. Would I want to take this guy's course at Cornell? I would literally cut throats and gouge eyes out in front of their own mama to get into his fucking course in Cornell. Because does this guy have a lot to teach us? Yes. Can he point the way to profitability? Probably not. Still, that's some fascinating stuff. So it's sort of the opposite of what we were doing. We built a strategy search engine that was going to use meta labeling and feature importance analysis and whatnot to discover strategies, sort of putting them together by rules. He's working backwards. He's taking strategies and inferring the rules from them, the causal rules. Seems to be the idea. At least that's what one of his recent papers is about. And that seems to be what he's proposing there at the end, is techniques for inferring the causality of a particular phenomenon that you might want to trade, exploit. Does this help us at all? I don't know. I certainly want to take a more simulation-driven approach to strategy discovery. I sort of like the idea of first identify, what you want to trade, then model it, then figure out the strategy versus the model. Because once you sort of have that robustity of, okay, we've optimized this strategy for every possible permutation of the market environment based on this causality graph, and now all we have to do is approximate those readings, and then we'll know how to configure our strategy, right? Like based on observations of the real market. That is something I would certainly like to embrace. Let's take a look at that last slide there.
Is that
So, the dawn of causal factor investing. Scientific theory is a falsifiable statement of the form X causes Y through mechanism M. Scientific theories matter to investors because causality is a necessary condition for investment efficiency. Associational models misattribute risk and performance, thus preventing investors from building efficient portfolios. Causal models enable counterfactual reasoning, hence the stress testing of investment portfolios in a coherent and forward-looking manner. Associational models cannot answer counterfactual questions, such as what would be the effect of Y on a not yet observed scenario X, thus exposing those relying on associations to black swan events. Right. So he's saying that your causal mechanism, or your causal whatever chain, should be able to predict black swan events. So, adoption of causal inference has the potential to transform investing into a truly scientific discipline. And yet they give out a Nobel Prize in economics. Anyhow, what the hell is an algo wheel experiment? Algo wheel, a systematic quantifiable approach to best X. Just says EX. I don't think that's at all what we're referring to. What is the algo wheel and why should you care? Yeah, I've tried DeepSeek and I tried the 3D model generating one. They're both awesome. Okay, so this is like 5 paragraphs about how poorly understood the algo wheel is. Fucking what is it? Okay, I'm just getting into it. An algo wheel is a fund that's deploying multiple algorithms and they wheel across them. I don't think this is the algo wheel that MLDP was referring to. I think this is some fucking horseshit. Yeah, all this is about selecting the best broker. I don't think that's what he was talking about. Okay, this might be something. That's it? Jesus. Okay, in the case of finance, this translates into the outcomes for orders. Trials are run by splitting the orders into two groups, the treatment group and the control group. This done at random, so you know the difference between those two groups is due to the treatment itself and not because one group's... It sounds like A-B testing. This is fucking marketing material. Did I build my Twitch profile logo using AI? Yep, sure did. Trading is broadly moving in step with trends in other industries to become more quantitative. Signals use of more rigorous evaluation techniques, of which the randomized controlled trials are really the gold standard. They generate the best possible data you can get to work with to answer questions about whether an intervention is effective. In trading, this mode of evaluation has evolved from looking very... Who the fuck did this letter space? Holy shit. Fire somebody. Narrowly at the question of the broker selection and leads towards the idea that more and more aspects of the trading process can be standardized and evaluated. Okay. The idea was to standardize your broker's algo offerings into a few groups that could be used interchangeably. Rather than sending an order to a particular broker's algo, an order can instead be sent to an IS algo. Okay. VWAP algo destination. Then behind the scenes, the choice of broker can be randomized. You can determine with some degree of confidence that any difference in performance. This is A/B testing to determine like which broker is more efficient at which algorithm. This seems stupid. This can't be what he was talking about. There's no way this is the tippy top of causal factor investing robustity techniques. This sounds like some like dog shit that a quant firm sells like to market their fund. It was, oh, well, we use algo wheeling to determine the optimum execution path for every individual algorithm. Yeah, this sounds like fucking astrology. It's like, how about like you actually measure the time it takes for your fucking broker to fill an order for everything across the board? It should be pretty fucking clear who's the better one, with right down to the fucking asset class. Yeah, this sounds like marketing bullshit. I don't think this is what MLDP was referring to. maybe he meant the A/B testing method of just like, oh, if you really want to determine if like this or that is impacting performance, then you just randomize which trades go to it, and you get this randomized controlled trial. Then over time, the two distributions of trades should be identical if there's no effect, and if there is some effect, then you'll see a skewedness of some kind because you randomly picked the trades, right? Generating two distributions that if there's no impact of whatever the thing you're randomizing, they should be right on top of each other. That's what I'm pulling from this. And if like broker A is less efficient at executing it, then you'll see that distribution is less favorable, right? Lonk is on the Twitch front page. Good, I'm good for him. I saw Pirate was this morning. Wouldn't that be nice someday? Though it would only slow us down right now. The last thing I need is 1,000 new viewers to be like, what are we doing here? Y'all making money yet? Short term or long term to trader? Are you a full-time trader? You do this for a living? Are you doing this for you, or do you work at a financial institution? What do you think about NVIDIA? Should I buy NVIDIA? You made any cool programs? Yeah. Try DeepSeek. What do you think about DeepSeek? You following the OnlyFans drama? Who do you think was in the wrong? It's bad enough I feel like a phony, you know. It's bad enough when I feel like a poser. But when you're just doing the poser dance all day, fuck, it gets old. All right, so I think I got the gist of algo wheel experiments. Okay, all right, I think I got that. I'm still not sure that's what he was referring to. This I understand. This is literally exactly what he covered in his Tactical Strategy Factory white paper, whatever it was called. Tactical investment algorithms. Yeah. He talks about that specific scenario where you're building out a simulator to test your market making strategies against random spikes in order imbalance, right? At different permutations of, market conditions. So that based on all of these fantasy scenarios, how we should be trading our strategy in situations that have never happened yet. Sort of dreaming, imagining market conditions that have never quite happened yet, so that you already know how to handle it whenever it does. That's, I think, where we need to be going in our research. And that's perfect for market makers, because market makers need to be on as much as possible. So it's not really a particular niche in which you're market making, it's a particular niche in which you're not market making. And we don't want to be market makers. Yeah, Mario popped back up a couple times. He's got his own life, man. He helped out where he could, and then he moved on. He was actually right. He kind of predicted that we were building an overfitting machine. So, for whatever that's worth. Huh. So a simulated intervention, I'm guessing, would be simulating your black swan events, right? What the hell is an HML? Estimate the effect of HML using a causal graph. Do you ever say what HML is? I would like to see this in like a practical use case. What's up, Mario? Like, could we use this in a practical use case? Where you're like, I want to see them infer a causal chain, test it to validate it, then use that to create synthetic market data parametrically, right? Like, because that's what they're doing here, right? Well, I mean, if we'll find that in the research paper, we'll be checking out MLDP's latest stuff here, where I'm pretty sure he follows up on all this. No, he usually puts the code right in the papers. He's not a coder. His kid is a coder. So whenever you see his son credited on a paper, it's going to have some Python in it. Yeah. Causality as a necessary condition for investment efficiency. Role of causal inference in the scientific method. Yeah, I think that's the presentation we just watched. But you can see that's like all of his stuff recently. Why has factor investing failed? The case for causal factor investing, a geometric approach to asset allocation, causal inference. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we just watched here. Yep, this looks just like it. Yep, here's the slide. Oh, this is a different table. Fascinating. Okay. Causality is a necessary condition for investment efficiency. This would be one of his lectures at Cornell. Choosing the correct model specification requires knowledge of the causal graph that characterizes the underlying data generating process. Yeah, this is what we're talking about, using causal graphs to create data generating processes to then develop your strategies on to solve the overfitting problem. Wish we could get the actual lecture here. That would be great. I know some of these words. Mm-hmm. This stuff seems way out of my league. And also very highly academic and maybe not necessarily practical. This is the most convivial stream on Twitch. I don't even know what that means, but thank you. Friendly, lively, and enjoyable. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I know. Going over some professor's lecture slides is just absolutely riveting. So I've been trying to make a strategy discovery algorithm while he's been working on a causal discovery algorithm. Isn't that interesting? He seems to have had more results than me. Uh-huh. Yeah, few shot p hacking is exactly what we were doing. That was sort of our flaw. Nice to know that would have eventually failed. Over the past 3 decades, statisticians have developed numerous computational methods and algorithms for the discovery of causal relations, represented as directed acyclic graphs. Similar to Bayesian networks? Possibly. But I wouldn't know enough to be able to say. The casual graphs that everybody agrees with? Well, I mean, are there any that everybody agrees with? I'm a little suspicious that it would capture the nuance of the market, specifically like because of the spilled sample problem. There's so many unseen processes at work in the market at any given time. Yeah, but like everyone agrees that value growth and momentum don't work. Like all of the research seems to agree that they've never worked, right? And that seems to be what all this is about, is that we misidentified these factors. Now we live in a world where the factor driving the price seems to change constantly, from daily active users to monthly recurring users to, you know, whatever stat is most important, like number of fucking petaflops in the GPU core. these all seem to be the factors driving the price, but they're so transient, right? That like by the time you detect them. Ah, I see. So yeah, then we would want a causal discovery algorithm, right? That strikes me as a pretty big data problem too. Like you'd have to have a hypothesis for it to work with, something for it to test. Like how could it infer unseen attractor X and unseen collider Y? That kind of bakes my brain. Yeah, Philippe, that's kind of what I was thinking, generally speaking, is like we should have a data generating process for like non-volatile markets and a data generating process for volatile markets, and we should sort of train our strategies on either one. And we should like base that on actual historical observations so that our data generating process is indistinguishable from historical cases if we had some sort of discriminator. And yeah, so we could for example, we could build one that's just looking at different trend following conditions and is our strategy robust for different trend following followingnesses, measuring that level of trend followingness in the market. Like we would need a predictor for it, right? Because it is what you measured it to be. You don't necessarily know what the next measurement's going to be. But let's say, okay, it's perfectly autocorrelated or autocorrelated enough. Man, I'm always very windy or very weary of trend chasing because trends are unknowable, right? Like there is no way to know if a trend is going to continue. They're really only obvious in hindsight. So yeah, we could put in a trending factor into our simulator, and we would always know what the trending factor is set to, and we would know that at factor X, Y is the optimum configuration, right? But we could only ever estimate the factor X value in the real world, and it would be constantly changing. Yeah, exactly, Mario. It's like what factor model predicts that there's some new open source AI, right? What factor model predicts that Elon's going to tweet a picture of his penis accidentally? Right, Black Swan. It's pretty interesting stuff. It's pretty interesting stuff. I mean, the frontier is that there is no frontier, and the only thing that everyone can agree on is that this isn't a science. Uh, and yeah, all the sharpest minds in the field are siloed away at Citadel and Cubist and Point 72 and Millennium, and they're not publishing. Oh yeah, and these papers, these publications are never updated, never recalled, and often contradicted by future work because we can't even agree on means of meaningful measurement. Yeah, I think causal graphs and data generating processes are the way forward, though. I really do. I feel like our previous approach to strategy discovery was just an overfitting machine. How do you write papers? Well, that's the thing. You just kind of write them and you hope you get through peer review because None of these papers present falsifiable hypotheses, so it's not possible for a peer reviewer to say that you're wrong. And that's sort of what Marcus Lopez de Prado is proposing, is that we should specify our data generating process. We should justify its causal, inference, or the inferred causality of it, with historical observations, but we should be using simulated market environments to do our experiments, so that way experiments will be controlled and repeatable. And then we can approach a science, right? That's really the whole theory here, is that, we need to be designing strategies with synthetic market data so that we can have controlled, repeatable experiments, and we can know that our strategy is reliable in that market environment based on those assumptions. And if we determine that our assumptions are incorrect, well, then we can update our model with the new assumptions and then revise our strategy based on that. And so it becomes more of a scientific method than, it does well in the back test and it does well in the holdout set, and hopefully it continues to do well into the future, right? And so the more you identify causal relationships in your target trading environment or your target anomaly, the better you can model all possible scenarios, and the more unseen possible scenarios you can train your strategy for. Kind of going back to what Macro said about you can't model stupidity. But if there is some possible runaway feedback loop effect that could lead to such a black swan, such a panic type move in your target environment, that should be part of your model. And if the black swan move is going to blast all the parameters of your model, well, then you're clearly no longer in an environment dictated by that causal graph, and you don't have to worry about it. Just stop trading. This Macro, he was here a couple minutes ago. He poked his head in. I poke my head in there. He pokes his head in here. We're working on very different schools of thought, very different research, but there's a mutual intellectual respect, and we try to call out each other's bullshit whenever possible. Because who else is going to peer check us? Who else understands this crap? I barely understand it. I have to sit here for 30 minutes talking to myself to grasp it. Have you tried using visibility graphs with time series? I don't even know what that is. Interesting. I have a lot of homework to do. Because I don't even want to say I barely understand this. I don't understand this. I have some highly simplified version of this in my head that I can kind of grasp, but I don't think I understand this yet. But I appreciate what he's going for. We should be doing what we can to have controlled, repeatable experiments to which we can apply scientific rigor. It's neat. Interesting. Very interesting. It's going to take a while to absorb. So that's probably what I'll be doing tomorrow, is just sort of absorbing the material here. And helping my grandma with some IT issues. God bless her heart. It's that like once every 5-year period where she replaces all of the equipment in her little medical practice, and she's terrible with computers. So I have to sit there on the phone with her stressed out, neurotic assistant and like walk her through the process of fucking plugging a printer into a computer. I've often told my grandmother, like, you need to hire people who are capable of taking a printer out of the box and plugging it into the wall so that I don't have to walk them through this process. She has a very bad habit of hiring people that remind her of herself. So, struggling single mom types. And then she'll just radically underpay them. I think she's like systematically recreating the trauma that she went through for whoever is silly enough to come work for her. But in 20 years of helping grandma with her IT, she's never had a proper competent employee. She always just hires these pity cases. It's like, you wouldn't have half the stress that you have if you just hire a competent employee and pay them adequately. But everyone's free to run their business however they feel the need to run their business. Complexity Economics, is that like a book? Is that a book you're recommending? Let's see. Somebody dropped like 30 books by the same author. Paul Wilmot, who I've never heard of before. A financial economist. Looks like fucking Austin Senior Powers. Lecturer in quant finance, best known as the author of various academic and practitioner texts on risks and derivatives. Runs a magazine. Blah, 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 blah. Criticism of misuse of financial mathematics. Is a vocal, long-standing critic of the use of mathematical models in finance by quants. He stated that it's clear that a major rethink is desperately required if the world is to avoid a mathematician-led market meltdown. It's very funny. The underlying assumptions in the models, such as the importance of normal distribution, the elimination of risk, measurable correlations, are incorrect. Oh, interesting. He's one of those Ito calculus guys, right? That thinks that there is no such thing as correlations because everything's always moving. Let's see his expression. He expresses frustration in the lack of progress made in adopting more appropriate models. Banks and hedge funds employ mathematicians with no financial market experience to build models that no one is testing scientifically for use in situations where they are not intended by traders who don't understand them, and people are surprised by the losses. That seems accurate. A little cynical, but accurate. Writing 6 months before the 2008 crisis, he stated, "I predict that things are going to get worse." Wow, it seems out of context and generic. Reflecting his concerns, fellow quants co-authored the Financial Modeler's Manifesto, which he lays out a series of principles. I think I've actually read this. Either this or it was a similar book called Physics Envy May Be Hazardous to Your Wealth, where they talked about, like, we build these rigid mathematical models, and that's not how the market operates because the market is not like a physics simulation. Like econometrics and econophysics, like, is bunk. Is basically the thesis of the book that I read. Overuse of maths and economics. Yeah. Interesting. So he's written a stack of books. The Mathematics of Finance for High Schoolers. The Mathematics of Artificial Intelligence for High Schoolers. So he sells textbooks. This is what I'm getting. Motherfucker sells textbooks. Yeah, fuck everybody else's textbook. My textbook is the best textbook. Which textbook costs the most money? Math textbooks. Well, I guess I'm a mathematician. And remember, a fundamental precept of Marxism, like it's implied in Marxism that we have reached the end of history already, that like we've already reached the peak of human productivity, that there will never be another factory, another invention, another innovation, that all the wealth has been created, and now we just need to figure out a fair way to distribute the wealth. Like, we're going to seize the means of production. You ever wonder like what that really means? Like, we're going to take over the factory, and then what? Well, then no one's going to invest in building more factories. But that's the end of Marxist thinking, is like, there will be no more factories. There only are this many there will only ever be this many factories. This is the peak of human civilization. So we have to seize the means of production because there will never be any more means of production. Right? Which is why Marxism is trash. It's clearly wrong at face value. Like, you just think about how much has happened since the incept of Marxist thought and today. And that implicitly disproves all the precepts of Marxism. Anyhow, that's why it's evolved into this twisted ideology of class inequity, or not even class inequity, of like wokeism, basically. The oppression Olympics. There's always some inequities somewhere that we can point to, and that has to be, we have to reallocate the equity so there's equal equity everywhere, because all the equity that will ever be has already been created. We just have to redistribute it. Yeah, the thing about Marxism, though, is that it's very appealing to illiterates. It's an economic philosophy for economic illiterates. Anyhow. Yeah, this guy seems to write a lot of textbooks. Like, frequently asked questions, introduction to, on the topic of, but like, dude, like, publish something. These are all textbooks for students. Well, I guess it's specifically several textbooks. Okay. Give me something good. What have you actually published, guy, other than fuck everybody else? How long is this? Not very long. Okay, in finance, we study how to manage funds, from simple securities like dollars and yens, stocks and bonds, to complex ones like futures and options, subprime CDOs, credit default swaps. We build financial models to estimate the fair value of securities. We estimate their risks and to show how those risks can be controlled. How can a model tell you the value of a security? And how did those models fail so badly in the case of the subprime CDO market? Well, your models were based on historical observations, and the underlying makeup of those subprime CDOs, as it were, drastically lowered in quality. You weren't paying attention to that. Also, your inputs were based on like credit rating agencies, which deteriorated in their trustworthiness. But hey, let's continue. Physics, because of its astonishing success at predicting the future behavior of material objects from their present state, has inspired most financial modeling. Physicists study the world by repeating the same experiments over and over again to discover forces and their magical mathematical laws. Galileo dropped balls off a leaning tower. Giant teams in Geneva can collide protons on protons. If a law is proposed and its predictions contradict experiments, it is back to the drawing board. This method works. The laws of atomic physics are accurate to more than 10 decimal places. Okay. I think he's just trying to sound smart there by picking accurate to 10. What is accurate to 10 decimal places? The probable placement of an electron? Like what? What is accurate to 10 decimal places? But whatever. It's a different story with finance and economics, which are concerned with the mental world of monetary value. Financial theory has tried hard to emulate the style and elegance of physics in order to discover its own laws, but markets are made of people who are influenced by events and their ephemeral feelings about events and by their expectations of other people's feelings. The truth is that there are no fundamental laws in finance, and even if there were, there's no way to run repeatable experiments to verify them. Okay. I'm detecting a philosophy of fuck everybody. I'm the smartest guy in the room, but nothing to actually offer there. We'll see. Okay, you can hardly find a better example of confusedly elegant modeling than the models of CDOs. The CDO research papers apply abstract probability theory to price code movements of thousands of mortgages. The relationship between so many mortgages can be vastly complex. The modelers, having built up their fantastical theory, need to make it usable. They resort to sweeping under the model's rug all unknown dynamics. With the dirt ignored, all that's left is a single number called the default correlation. Right. The probability that all of these mortgages are going to default at the same time, right? From the sublime to the elegantly ridiculous, all uncertainty is reduced to a single parameter that, when entered into the model by a trader, produces a CDO value. This over-reliance on the probability and statistics is a severe limitation. Statistics is shallow description, quite unlike the deeper cause and effect of physics, and can't easily capture the complex dynamics of default. They mean like defaulting on a loan. People default for all kinds of reasons. Maybe your house just burned down in California wildfires. Maybe you caught a stray bullet when your neighbor was cleaning out his fucking armory and dropped a fucking loaded pistol. Maybe you were mowing the lawn and caught a rock and it bounced off the wall and hit you in the back of the head, and now you're in the hospital with medical bankruptcy. You're going to default on the goddamn... Maybe a fucking meteor hit. Those, what would we call them? Extraneous, unprecedented events. Outside forces that are not part of your model. Like, okay, let's say you're trying to calculate the probability that all of these mortgages in Pasadena, California are all going to default at the same time. Well, these are all very well-paid people. Who doesn't pay their mortgages? Like, historically, if we look at similar mortgage rates, the default rate is like under 1%. So there's 10,000 mortgages, at a 1% rate of default, then, if we run the Monte Carlo, the probability that, more than this many are going to default at any one time is X. Right. Then a fucking wildfire sweeps through Pasadena and burns all the houses down at the same time, and everybody defaults on their mortgages all at once. Because they're not going to pay a mortgage on a fucking smoldering ruin. So they're defaulting. And, better yet, there's nothing to repossess. And I'm sure that was part of your risk minimization function. It's like, well, we can always repossess the home if they default on the mortgage. So even if we're wrong, we still have the underlying value of the house, right? Wrong. Anyhow. So yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? We're using these naive estimates of how many of these mortgages are going to default at the same time. Probably it's a bunch of Monte Carlo simulations, and they were not taking into account, like, okay, well, what happens if blank, right? Like, well, what happens if instead of calculating the default, maybe they should have been calculating what's the probability that these mortgages are all going to have to refinance about the same time, and what if they can't? Like, so then you'd have a causal thing in your chain that says, oh, well, yeah, refinancing affects mortgage rates or whatever, or refinancing is something that people do when interest rates change. What if the interest rates move the other way and they can't refinance? Like, okay, let's plug that into the causal thing. And then you'll see, oh, people start defaulting on these mortgages. Basically by building a simulator. How's Moneypenny doing? We finished strategy discovery, we finished real-time trading operations, and then we hit a brick wall. The strategy discovery engine cannot work if we do not feed it predictive signals. So we're sort of back to square one. We realized that our plan to just feed it anything that we could think of until it discovers something is only going to result in false positives, because in that respect, it's kind of an overfitting machine. Garbage in, garbage out. So we just kind of mothballed it, and we're sort of going back to first principles and looking at what people smarter than us are talking about and thinking about, and seeing if that enhances our thinking in any way. It's kind of liberating to go back to the drawing board. Anyhow, so when we do find some possibly actionable signals, we'll be able to use Moneypenny to rapidly figure out how to take advantage of it. But that seems to be its current purpose. We're not sure how much utility we're actually going to get out of it now that it's built. You know, you kind of get this God machine in your head, and then you build it, and it's not quite the God machine that you thought it was going to be. And in fact, it's kind of the overfitting machine that you were afraid it might be. So you pivot. You know, we'll get some use out of this eventually. It'll probably get converted into a Python library. We'll scrap the front end, scrap the back end. Just turn it into a handful of data processing functions. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so capture the complex dynamics of default, blah, blah, blah. Models are at bottom tools for approximate thinking. They serve to transform your intuition about the future into a price for a security today. It's easier to think intuitively about future housing prices, default rates, and default correlations than it is about CDO prices. CDO models turn your guess about future housing prices and mortgage default rates and simplistic default correlation into the model's output, a CDO price. Okay. This is a problem in the finance world. Let's say I have a private company that does whatever. What is the fair price for a share of a company that's not publicly traded? Okay, well, you need a valuation model to figure that out. Usually it's worth whatever some asshole's willing to pay for it. But in some cases, you're trying to value a thing that like is not like a business. It's like a collection of mortgages. Okay, what's it actually worth in dollar terms? Because we want to sell it to people who buy such things. So you have to come up with a pricing model, a valuation model. And if your valuation model is a little too naive, you're going to misprice the asset. So our experience in the financial arena has taught us to be very humble in applying mathematics to markets and to be extremely wary of ambitious theories, which are, in the end, trying to model human behavior. We like simplicity, but we like to remember that it is our models that are simple, not the world. Yeah, as part of something else I read, a similar manifesto. I think it was part of the Physics Envy Might Be Hazardous to Your Wealth book, where they said, like, you know, we have to accept the market as it is, like, and not get frustrated when it doesn't conform to our models. Okay, so ultimately, the teachers of finance haven't learned these lessons. We have only to glance at business school textbooks, like the ones you write, on finance to discover stilts of mathematical axioms supporting a house of numbered theorems, right? Lemmas and results, etc. Who would think that the textbook is at bottom dealing with people and money? It should be obvious to anyone with common sense that every financial axiom is wrong, and that finance can never, in its wildest dreams, be Euclid. Okay. Different endeavors, as Aristotle wrote, require different degrees of precision. Finance is not one of the natural sciences, and its invisible worm is its dark secret love of mathematical elegance and too much exactitude. Certainly. We do need models in mathematics. You cannot think about finance and economics without them, but one must never forget that models are not the world. Whenever we make a model of something involving human beings, we are trying to force the ugly stepsister's foot into Cinderella's glass slipper. It doesn't fit without cutting off some essential parts, And in cutting off parts for the sake of beauty and precision, models inevitably mask the true risk rather than exposing it. The most important question about any financial model is how wrong it is likely to be and how useful it is despite its assumptions. You must start with the models and then overlay them with common sense and experience. The map is not the territory. Yeah, I agree. It's a market, not a chart. It's so easy to just see the chart, the shapes in the clouds, and think, oh yeah, that's it. That's the thing. No. It is a market, not a chart. That is a chart that reflects how the wind was blowing in the market yesterday, earlier today, last week, whatever. It's not which way the wind is blowing now. That's how I think of price history charts. I think of them like a wind blowing directional chart, like you'd see on the Weather Channel, where it's like it was blowing north, it's blowing east, it's blowing west, and over time you see that line as it goes across the different cardinal directions. But all that really matters to the weather is which way it's blowing right now. The problem is you can't predict that it's going to continue to blow in that direction or to that intensity. Okay, so many academics imagine that one beautiful day we'll find the right model, right, that will solve the market. I hear people talk about that a lot. But there's no right model because the world changes in response to the ones that we use. That's reflexivity, as Mr. Soros pointed out. Progress in financial modeling is fleeting and temporary. Markets change and newer models become necessary. Simple, clear models with explicit assumptions about small numbers of variable are therefore the best way to leverage your intuition without deluding yourself. Excuse me. Jevons paradox is being mentioned as a desperate cope by the Microsoft CEO 2 minutes before trading starts because he knows that what just happened is going to tank his fucking stock. So he's like, no, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. The cost is going down, but the demand's going to go up, and ultimately there's going to be more demand than there currently is because the costs are going down, not in spite of it. Jevons paradox? Whatever, the market saw right through it. Like, yeah, okay, dude, whatever. But Jevons paradox is like if we cut the cost by like 20% or 50%, if we cut the cost by like 2 orders of magnitude, a Jevons paradox ain't going to work here, Jack. You'd think this is a good thing. We were very realistically talking about building nuclear power plants to train AI models, and now we don't have to, maybe. And everyone's freaking out. What do you mean we're not going to waste a tremendous amount of energy? We were going to make so much money. It's like, sorry, dude, innovation. We always knew this would happen. We talked months ago about how NVIDIA is overvalued, and eventually there's going to, like, before the 5-year mark comes on all of these pre-orders for H100s, there's going to either be an algorithm that can take advantage of traditional CPU architecture, or, which is what happened, or there's going to be an ASIC, which is what I thought was going to happen, an ASIC designed specifically for LLMs from some little startup somewhere, and they're going to fucking eat NVIDIA's lunch. Because it's like, oh yeah, you don't need an H100 just to do an LLM. We built this fucking USB ASIC that you can use to train your LLM. That's what I thought would happen. That's what happened with Bitcoin mining, is that the Bitcoin mining ASICs are better at mining Bitcoin than GPUs are. So now people buy the GPUs to mine Ethereum because Bitcoin mining has been cornered by the ASIC market. Now whoever has the latest ASICs is the most efficient miner. I thought that was what was going to happen for LLMs, but then what do you know? They figured out how to do it on a fucking AMD chip, and the world changes. NVIDIA was overvalued because everybody wanted their chips at the time, and my prediction was that before they even get their hands on those chips, they're going to be made worthless. They just can't manufacture them fast enough. NVIDIA's valuation was based on a 5-year backlog order of H100s for Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook. Zuckerberg and Elon were both trying to take Jensen Huang out to dinner to get ahead of each other in line for the next batch of H100s, and Elon lost, and he got pissed off about it. And that's when I was like, yeah, this is drastically overvalued. Like, this has got to be overvalued. By the time they get their hands on these things, they're not going to be worth what they are today. There will be another batch. There will be another technology. There will be an ASIC, or there will be another training technique. Now, the timing of that, if I had been paying more attention, when DeepSeek came out, I could have gone like, oh, this is it, and gotten short, but I just was not paying attention. I should have stuck to that thesis. I would have seen my moment. But if I'm right, and DeepSeek's not a Chinese psyop, then yeah, Nvidia's probably doomed. They're probably going to drop by like 70% from here. We'll see. I don't know. But so much of that market cap has been just this madness. Yeah, I'm sure that like right now in the bowels of Meta, they're scrambling to replicate DeepSeek. Hugging Face, yeah. Somebody successfully ran DeepSeek on a bunch of like MacBooks or whatever, like on 20 or 30 grand worth of hardware. They ran the full model, which is pretty interesting. Anyhow. Oh, I think I have read this. So, building financial models is challenging and worthwhile. You need to combine the qualitative and the quantitative, the imagination and the observation, and science, all in the service of finding approximate patterns in the behavior of markets and securities. The greatest danger is the age-old sin of idolatry. Financial markets are alive, but a model is an artifice. No matter how hard you try, you will not breathe life into it. To confuse the model with the world is to embrace a disaster driven by the beliefs that humans obey mathematical rules. So the modeler's Hippocratic oath. I will remember that I didn't make the world. It does not satisfy my equations. Though I use models to boldly to estimate value, I will not be overly impressed by mathematics. I will never sacrifice reality for elegance without explaining why I have done so, nor will I give the people who use my model false comfort about its accuracy. I will make explicit its assumptions and oversights. I will understand that my work may have enormous effects on society and the economy, many beyond my comprehension. Fucking ego much. But yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. Nice sickle and hammer there, my fellow capitalist. So yeah, the thesis of this article is basically, fuck everybody, you're all wrong, I'm smarter than you. Here's a few precepts from on high from Mount Olympus. Yeah, I get it. He's not wrong. He's just an asshole. It wasn't one MacBook. It was like a stack of those little square Super Macs that each one has like 256 gigs of RAM. It was like a stack of them, like about this high, maybe 10 of them. And that was why everyone was freaking out, is because somebody got like the full thing up and running on like 20 grand worth of hardware. I don't know that. Just go to fucking Twitter and put in fucking DeepSeek on a Mac, and you'll find it. It's like a stack of them. You'll see it. Okay, neat. Neat. Well, chat, what do we think about all that? If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Yep, we learned that from the deflated Sharpe ratio. That all things being equal, considering all possible strategies that work and don't work, as like, one giant ball of marbles or one giant jar of marbles, the odds of you picking out at random a very highly performant godlike strategy is the odds are basically zero. So if you find yourself looking at a very highly performant godlike strategy, it's probably overfit. It's more likely to be overfit than it is likely to be real. So that's something. Yeah, there's a chance. What else have we learned? I made some notes. So why do most machine learning funds fail? Sisyphean quants will frantically search for strategies until they settle for a false positive or a factor model based on a research paper. What else? I was still drawing a blank on what the hell he was talking about with integer differentiation. I'll have to watch that again. But there's inefficient sampling because of the spilled samples problem. You have to be very mindful that your sampling technique is going to service the detection of whatever it is you're trying to detect. Inappropriate scoring, like fixed time horizons. We've sort of already solved that problem with our matrix of tactics. However, we might want to embrace the simple win-loss or timeout scoring mechanism that MLDP uses, because that solves the problem of input capital that we have in our system, where if you want to simulate a trade, you have to have input capital, you have to have transaction costs and all of that. And so your profitability versus transaction costs is a function of your input capital. So like you might set an input capital to $100,000, and maybe that's not actually efficient for this tactic because of the cost that it has to pay to get in and out of the position. So it would be better to just have like, did the price path approximate, a win, a loss, or a neutral outcome? Scoring with that would probably be way more appropriate than scoring with actual returns. So that's something that we learned, something we were doing wrong, something we were doing right, and something we were doing wrong at the same time. Meta labeling, enhancing returns with feature importance analysis. We do that. We have context importance, or we have context models, and we do context importance analysis to come up with trading opportunity filtering rule chains. That's something we were doing right, though not practically. The spilled samples problem, in that feature engineering is extremely difficult because every sample contains information from countless other processes that are all happening in the market concurrently. So all samples are heavily contaminated, which is why efficient sampling is critical. Because there's a lot happening in the market. Your sampling should be good at isolating whatever the effect is that you're trying to detect. Overlapping labels. Any data set with serial correlation and overlapping labels will especially suffer from the spilled samples problem. The proposed solution is purging, which is the intentional removal of any overlapping labeled space between training and testing sets, as well as adding an embargo, which is additional arbitrary time, space between your training and your testing set. The objective of this is to break the serial correlation and thereby minimize spillage in the sampling between training and testing sets. To quote Professor Pardo, you'll know that you've purged and embargoed enough when the Sharpe ratio begins to stabilize. Cool. And finally, the false strategy theorem, which states that we will always find profitable strategies even where there are none, simply because of a large number of trials or a wide variance of possible outcomes, say like wide variance in your returns. Wide variance increases the chance of misleading price paths. The deflated Sharpe ratio computes the probability that a Sharpe ratio is statistically significant after controlling for multiple trials, the variance of returns, the number of returns, the amount of data dredging, etc. So we were not using the deflated Sharpe ratio, but we hadn't even discovered any false positives with high Sharpe ratios yet. So that was a problem that we were going to run into later. The big takeaway from the lectures is that backtesting is not a research tool. Feature importance analysis is. That you want to spend most of your time in feature importance. That makes sense? Yeah. Yeah. That's my big takeaway from the lectures. The causal factor investing stuff, I kind of get it. I need to do some more homework there. That stuff is woof. Pretty hectic. What's up, Hector? Thanks, man. Good to see you. So yeah, that's sort of been a review of why most machine learning funds fail, what techniques work and don't work, and why. And a little summary of what they're calling the dawn of causal factor investing, which I certainly need to understand better because that plays in directly with what we're trying to do here. I would love to learn more about these causal inference algorithms and how those actually work and what kind of inputs those require. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. I think we're certainly going to be moving our work into simulation-driven strategy development whenever we can figure out what it is that we want to trade. I guess we'll just go from there. So, that was interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, folks, I think that's going to be all for me for today. Ooh. We're sort of... Yeah, you can watch the VOD for free. It should be free, and it's on YouTube if it's not free on Twitch for whatever reason. But yeah, that's all for today. I think we've got a lot to think about. This is one of those rare occasions where we don't have a very long to-do list to grind through, so you can really only do so much homework in a day. I am going to take some time to absorb this, particularly the causal factor investing stuff, which is like really, really outside of my comfort zone when it comes to like firm understanding. We're going to raid Abilee, who's doing some marbles over there. And she's got a fun little dono incentive where for biddies or tier 3 subs, you can squirt water on her very large breasts. Hey, it's her stream, not mine. So thank you all for coming out. Let's all go say hi to Abilee, and thank you, Bungus, again. And yeah, if the VODs are not free on Twitch, they are free on YouTube. I don't know what's going on there. I set them all for free. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The YouTube link is right below. But that's all for me, folks. We're not going to be streaming tomorrow. I got to help Grandma with some IT stuff. You know, got to be a good grandson. And it'll give me an opportunity to do some grocery shopping and stuff and restock the fridge for hopefully getting some work done this weekend since we're taking a whole new direction with our research. So thank you all, and see you around.